Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Planning Committee. Introductory usual notices. In the interest of safety, if the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and the public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble at Queen Victoria's statue in front of the civic offices. In order to comply with the Guildhall Trust's fire marshal regulations, please remember to sign out when you leave the building after today's meeting. For those of you who have not attended this committee before, I'll explain the running order for this afternoon. After committee members have declared their interests and agreed the minutes of the previous meeting, and we have gone through a small amount of business, I will announce each item and ask those of you who are here to make a deputation to come and sit at the table. After the planning officer has made the presentation for the application, individual deputies will have 6 minutes to express their views, and joint deputies will have 12 minutes between them to make their views known. After which you will take no further part in the proceedings unless we need to ask a question to clarify a statement that has been made. Members will then ask questions, make comments, and the decision on the application will be made. Both members of the committee and members of the public are reminded of the need to consider material planning matters and not to refer to any personal information about other members of the public. May I draw everyone's attention to the fact that this meeting will be live streamed from a camera at a fixed location at the back of the meeting room, and the recording will be on the Council's website. The camera will mainly capture the backs of those making deputations, but there will be some footage of those making deputations as they approach and leave the table where the microphones are located, and also of people entering or leaving the room while the meeting is in progress. Members of the press and public are also permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly that they do not wish to be recorded. Finally, may I ask everyone to use the microphones provided when they are speaking. That's got that out of the way. I think for the benefit of people in the public gallery, it would be useful if we'd introduced ourselves and said why we are here. I am Hugh Mason, Councillor for St Jude Ward, and I am the chairman of this committee.
I am Kieran Laven, and I'm a planning solicitor.
Lisa Gallagher from Democratic Services.
Judith Smythe, Vice Chair of this committee and St Jude Ward Councillor.
Councillor Claire Udy, Councillor for Charles Dickens Ward.
Gerald Van Jackson, Councillor for Milton Ward.
Councillor Steve Pitt, Central Southsea Ward.
Stubbs, East and Craneswater.
Matthew Atkins, Councillor for Cosham and Wimmering.
Alan Banting, Planning Team Leader.
Simon Turner, Planning Team Leader.
And Ian Maguire, Assistant Director for Planning and Economic Growth.
Thank you. There'll be a short test afterwards to see how many you manage to remember. Do we have any apologies for absence?
Sorry, not apology for absence. I'm jumping in.
Apologies for absence.
We have apologies from Councillor Donna Jones.
And apologies from Councillor Lee Hunt.
Any other? Yeah, Councillor.
Well, only to add that in Councillor Jones's place, Councillor Peter Harris is going to aim to be here. He was in Birmingham this morning, so he may be quite a while late.
Okay. You indicated Councillor Smythe.
The next item.
Okay, right. Thank you. Declarations of members' interests. Councillor Smythe.
I will be withdrawing from the room on item 10 because we're talking about my house and home, and I have a personal and pecuniary interest.
I should hope so. Councillor Pitt.
And Councillor Vernon Jackson, I will probably have to leave the room for item 11 because one of our fellow councillors is the homeowner.
Right. Have you taken advice on that?
One's advice, or are you just going to leave?
Well, you can give us advice, Kieran, if you like, but we assumed that...
So say it's the home of one of your fellow councillors in your party?
Yes.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a common law bias question. Do you think a reasonable person would take the view? If you take that view, then don't participate on it. Yeah.
Sorry, I've sat and watched the planning committee in the Isle of Wight, and it's not good.
Right. Now, the minutes of the previous meeting, which was held on the 8th of January, I intend to take it for accuracy. Page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. No, thank you. I would remind members that one of the places which came up under those minutes, you see under those minutes at 21 Clarendon Road, is also on the agenda for today. I will thus therefore sign this as a correct record of the last meeting. Sorry? Yes. Yes. But I don't see that given the nature of that item, I don't see that I have a major interest in it. We'll talk about that a little later. Right. Can I have updates on previous applications?
I don't believe we have any, sir.
Thank you. Is there any update on the nitrate situation you wish to bring to our attention?
One thing I would say, sir, is there has been a small technical tweak to a footnote within the strategy at the request of Nitrate England, who have now endorsed the strategy, and work is now continuing to issue planning permissions.
Thank you. We now come to the planning applications. I intend to, with your permission, members, to change the order for the following reasons. To take first the North Portsea Island Phase B on the grounds that the officer concerned has to deal with the Aquind electricity carrier application and all of that gubbins by 23:59 this evening. So he needs to get some work done on it, and stuff has come in and he needs that to come first. I intend to take Fontenoy House second, and then third to take Connaught Arms 119 Guildford Road, after which we will proceed as per normal. Do I have your permission? Councillor Bernard-Jackson.
Chair, I see item 2 and item 5 have quite a lot of people who want to come and speak to us. I know Councillor Ashmore is here to speak on the Connaught Arms, but it's not half-term. It is half-term. It is half-term, so you don't have to collect the kids from school.
May I say, Councillor Bernard-Jackson, it is normal to address the Chair.
Sorry, Chair.
That is a particular request because of other business which Councillor Ashmore has to conduct this afternoon. It was made specifically to me, and I am minded to accept it. Unless there are any other objections, I shall follow that route. Okay. Can we therefore move to the item which you will find on page 39, which is the North Portsea Island coastline between Milton Common and Kendall's Wharf, And on that, I have a deputation from Caroline Timlett. If you would come to the table, please. Can I have the officer's report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So, yes, application site is Kendall's Wharf to Milton Common, 11.44 hectare site, has a just over 2 kilometre frontage, and the significance of the yellow line on the left-hand side there is it's the alignment of the sea defence walls themselves. I'm sure members are quite familiar about the Eastern Seaboard, but there's also a land use plan there for assistance. I've included these images to show the phase 1 works that have already been completed on that sort of top left image. Obviously, it had the benefit of space for a bund and a rock armour solution that this particular 4B doesn't enjoy. But in the other images, you can see the footway that can also be used by cyclists. In the image, it's 2.2 metres wide, and the intention is for that to be along the whole of the length of the North Port Sea Island coastal defence works. So this shows the scheme in its sort of wider context. It's one of 5 phases, albeit members may recall that 4A came before them in July of last year. So on the right-hand side, you can see the works that have been completed in red, and the bit that we're talking about today is the alignment yellow. And it is part of a wider scheme to protect 4,234 homes and 490 commercial properties, important routes into the city, and other infrastructure like the railway line, 89 substations, and the ancient monument of Hilsey Lines. So I include this image just to remind those members that were here in July of last year of the Phase A scheme, which is about 1/4 of a kilometre that went landward of the existing aggregates wharf. And you can see in the image, it sort of takes us down to some car parking opposite the sort of a sailing boat sort of compound. I've included this to show, again, the wider context. The area in green is one of 2 priority flood cells for the city. The other is Southsea, that you've quite recently also considered an application for, and over the next 100 years is protecting those 4,000 plus homes and etc. that I've described a few moments ago. So there are existing sea defences. They have a residual life of around 10 years. But I use the same image for 4A. Storm events that have already happened have resulted in overtopping, and there's an image there showing the threat to the railway bridge by tidal inundation. Obviously, it's all quite a current topic as well, with the misery that storm has recently brought to many parts of the country. So the next 8 slides take us north to south through the scheme. So I mentioned the car park here in 4A, then the path. The defences are still along the same alignment, but the path goes around the other side of Tudor Sailing Club and the Water Sports Centre, because it's one of the examples of a really narrow pinch point that I was hoping would help be shown in the image in here. If anybody has walked that route, it really is very, very narrow of where the new works need to take place and the sort of steel palisade fence that you've got to the Water Sports Centre. The other sort of visual there is an example of a social spot integrated as part of the enhancements to the scheme in sort of strategic locations. So on the left-hand side, you've then got a continuation sort of opposite sort of Airport Service Road. There's an existing slipway to the water sports centre that's going to be removed as part of the scheme. On the right-hand side, obviously it continues down to the stretch opposite the golf course. Continuing further, on the left-hand side, it's showing the caravan park, and on the right-hand side, the alignment of the path around Great Sultan's house, and an example image of the social spots that are intended as part of enhancements along the route. Continuing further south of Burfields Road, I included some images there of, forgive me, at this point here, where Great Sultan's Quay was, north of there, the three-quarters of the frontage is encasing the existing cedar fence, and at the quay and south of it, it changes to new wall inside of the existing structures. The new walls include these in situ rock pools as part of enhancements, and this bird island roost located approximately in this position here. On the right-hand side, continuing further down beyond, opposite Tangier Road, until we get to the southern end at Milton Common. Again, some more images of the enhancements intended, which is planting of wildflower meadows. The scheme then ties into phase 2, already constructed at Milton Common. Again, top left, this is the existing typical seawall structure, and this is it encased with this additional 1.2 metres above the existing structure to give a crest height at plus 4.8 metres above ordnance datum. The image at the bottom is showing where the new seawall takes place, and includes obviously a cross-section showing where the bird island is intended, and then another one of the 3D visuals looking northwards toward Great Sultan's. As decision makers, you must have regard to the environmental statement. Obviously, you wouldn't be expected to read the hundreds and hundreds of pages. It's the same environmental statement that's done for the whole of the 8.4 kilometres on all 5 phases, that is specifically updated to deal with phase 4B that comes before you today. And my advice to you is that the environmental statement is considered to demonstrate phase 4B can be constructed in its entirety without adversely impacting the environment subject to mitigation. In a similar vein, there's requirements for habitats regulations assessment. Natural England are the statutory body that considers this information as well. And once again, based on the mitigation, the proposal is not considered to have adverse effects on the features of Langston Harbour as an SPA, SAC and Ramsar site. Access. I showed you an image of the footway in phase 1. It's the same width and the same finish around the rest of the project, and obviously wherever any existing path has to be closed, if practical, there'll be alternative routes, but there are pinch points along this particular phase of the sea defence scheme. There is one designated heritage asset affected by the proposal, and it relates to the setting of Great Sultan's house. It's grade 2 listed, and obviously the increase in the height of the wall and changes to the appearance is going to affect that relationship, but it's one that's still felt to preserve the setting of the listed building once all of the planting and scheme is completed. With regards to amenity, the nearest residential properties are some way across Easton Road at that southern end near Milton Common. They may be affected by construction, particularly sort of traffic and delivery of materials, but that impact is sought to be minimised through conditions on the grant of planning permission. In terms of recreational users, they may be inconvenienced during conversions, and the caravan park residents are those more likely to be significantly affected. There is advice from Public Protection, and they are recommending a noise mitigation condition, but it's recognised that effective mitigation could well prove difficult. The conclusions are as set out on page 42 of your report. In short, the benefits of protecting from the risk of flooding is considered to outweigh temporary disruption and inconvenience caused by those works, subject to mitigation by planning conditions. So if I could just read the recommendation to you, is that the committee confirming their decision that they've taken into account in the environmental information required by the EIA regulations, all matters in the officer's report, including comments by statutory consultees and other interested parties, and all other material considerations to grant conditional permission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banting. Ms. Timlett, you have 6 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much. My name's Caroline Timler. I'm the project manager for the North Portsea Island Coastal Defence Scheme, which this is phase 4B of. Thank you, Alan, for that. So I was going to go into the background of why it's needed, but I think Alan has covered that quite comprehensively there. But just to reiterate, the existing defences are currently quite old and they're too low. So we are proposing this section of wall to improve the coastal defences, and the defences will have a 100-year design life. So they'll defend against a 1 in 500 storm standard of protection. As Alan said, not only are we providing flood protection for the 4,200 properties and the 500 businesses, we're actually improving the area as well through improving connectivity and putting footpaths and cycleways. Well, you can use the same path for cycling and footpath up along the frontage. And also we're installing various areas of seating along the frontage to sit and reflect, look over Langston Harbour. Other items that we're doing is the environmental enhancements that Alan has said about as well. So I just wanted to also say, to get to this point, it's a Portsmouth run project, and it's EA funded, but we've also done a lot of stakeholder engagement as well. So we've done a number of public exhibitions and with the public and the residents, and also the key stakeholders such as aggregate industries, the Tudor Sailing Club, Andrew Simpson Water Sports Centre, the residents of the caravan park, as well as the leaseholders there and the harvester. So we've been working with them to develop the design of the defences as well. The construction will take approximately 3 years to build. I'm not sure what else I can add actually from what Alan's already given us. So I think I'll just cut it short there.
Thank you very much. Members, questions? Councillor Vernon-Jackson, then Councillor Atkins.
Alan, could you show us what the view is going to be like for people living in the caravan park? How high is the wall going to be?
So I can include that there, show you the image of Great Sultans of the caravan park just beyond that. So the caravan park is there. I mean, basically we're talking about an increased height of 1.2 metres.
So what height roughly is it? Is it now? It's now 3 footish, and it will become 6 footish.
I'm not very good with.
All right, we'll go. So it's currently 1 and a bit metres, and you're going to put another 1 and a bit metres on.
So the land will be raised, and then there'll be an upstand of 1.2 metres.
But if you're in a caravan, you're going to have a 6-foot wall outside your window.
Their view will change. That equally is not a material
But occasionally, Alan, we have to think about real people.
Absolutely. As part of the scheme, the partnership are looking to put some fortified glazed panels into the wall where the caravan park is, in order to keep that connectivity across Langston Harbour.
So, but can I be clear? So they put some glazed panels in instead of it raising the wall, and so the glazed panels are part of the wall. It's not on top of the 6-foot wall that people will be looking at. Okay. Second thing, we took out the jetty, which has been a very bad decision, because for generations it's been a place for kids to be able to go and jump off and splash around in the sea, and that's meant that there's been fewer alternatives to kids going to the Camber. If we're wanting to put that back so that we have more recreational things for youngsters to do, it would be presumably sensible to do it as part of this construction work. How easy would it be to do that?
I'd suggest it wouldn't be appropriate to put it back, in that the removal of Great Saltons Quay and its return to intertidal habitat is part of the balancing act of ensuring that this scheme doesn't have any significant impact on the ecological environmental impact, and it's integral to being able to demonstrate the compensation for the loss of the encasement encroaching into the top part of the foreshore.
So we're happy to disadvantage youngsters who for generations have used that for swimming, to make sure that the molluscs are happy.
I think I'd couch it slightly differently. It's an integral part of the mitigation required to protect 4,000 odd new homes and 500 new businesses.
Okay.
And if that is kids finding a different way of enjoying the harbour side, that probably is part of that weighing up.
Okay, we'll have to think again about that then.
Councillor Atkins, then Councillor Stubbs.
Councillor Vernon Jackson covered some of what I was going to ask, but the glass panelling across the caravan side, that is not definitely going to be in place. I couldn't quite tell from the report if it was guaranteed or not, or if it's highly likely, or what sort of probability there is of that occurring. It sounded like it might be quite expensive.
The exact nature of the fortified glass is something that will need to be covered by a planning condition. I was asking questions about the glass panels as well, because it was something that, I wonder whether it stays particularly see-through after nature's thrown everything at it. But interestingly, in the images that we saw of the part-built river defences in a town north of here, actually showed some glazed panels within the new incomplete defences that they were putting in. So it would be the final design solution, and that may dictate the extent to which those areas are and obviously it still needs to perform appropriately as a sea defence to last for 100 years. Are going to dictate the final design solution.
Thank you. So it's not a condition yet, it would be in the later final design scheme where it would become a planning condition.
The extent and final design of it will be covered by, I think it's condition 2.
Oh yes, I see, it's a delegated condition, so yes, confirmed later. My other question was about the representation on cycling. I couldn't quite determine as well from the report whether or not, it sounds like the scheme does have a continuous path that will go all the way down the length of the Eastern Road, albeit not always at seafront, sometimes coming inland slightly, but it is a separate route, is it, to the current existing route along the Eastern Road, or does it at times overlap? I wasn't quite sure.
It doesn't overlap. the coastal footpath can be used by cyclists. It's probably going to be more of a leisure cyclist that is interested in meandering along what is mainly the edge of the foreshore. Obviously, there is part of the alignment that goes around the Water Sports Centre and Tudor Sailing Club, but that's because, I mean, put you in the spot. If one ever walked that route, you couldn't practically include it between the steel palisade fence of that site and the existing defence as it's proposed to be modified. And it is the same alignment of, it's the same width at 2.2 metres along the 8.4 kilometre route. So, and frankly, there isn't room to widen that. And we've already had a discussion about the impact on the foreshore. It wouldn't be practical to push the wall further into that intertidal habitat.
Thank you. And yes, so to clarify, there is a continuous new route being created anyway. Yeah.
Thank you. This isn't as a substitute for the National Cycle route that goes down the Eastern Road, no.
Councillor Stobb.
Yeah, in some ways flowing out of that. So we've got these representations in our reports about cycling, and I just wondered, what this means in terms of the feel of this path. I mean, you could, because there's two ways you could make this. You could make this a pedestrian path with sort of sandy and no lighting, which is probably what I think it ought to be, or you could make it into, you could prioritise it as more as a cycle route with night lighting down there and concrete and so on. I just wonder, is that specified in this application, and is that part of this planning permission?
What's specified in this application is an intention to put an improvement over the existing access that people have got to the harbour there by the reprovision of a coastal footpath that can also be used by cyclists.
Okay, so in terms of provision for things like lighting, for example, which I don't think there should, personally, I wouldn't want to see intrusive lighting down there, but that's not part of this application.
My understanding it's not part of the application, but Caroline may well be able to assist with that query.
Yes, it's not part of the application, the lighting. So the objectives was tried to keep this area quite minimalistic. So we're not proposing to put lighting down, and the footpath will be a self-compacted aggregate, same as at Milton Common and at Anchorage Park.
Councillor Smythe.
This is a question related to the exhibition of that we saw from the Coastal Partnership. And there were, in that film that a number of us saw and a number of members of the public and the stakeholders saw, there were illustrations of glass panels along the side. And I thought they were very impressive, and indeed I've also seen them in other places. Will the glass panels be included? Do we have the opportunity to do that? If I had a caravan there, I think I would want to be able to at least...
Yep, that is the intention, and the details of it to be secured by planning conditions.
Okay, good. Thank you. And the second one was that I think the pathway that's proposed is much, much better for the leisure cyclist and children and families on bicycles than it was before, and dual use, given the parallel path, I think. Do you consider that to be adequate for cyclists?
I do believe it's adequate and appropriate for that sort of leisure cyclist, but it probably isn't one that your commuter cyclist would necessarily choose to use.
Thank you.
Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Chair. Alan, you've referred to the fact that the path that we're all talking about is 2.2 metres wide. In the deputation or representation for Portsmouth Cycle Forum, they said the plan shows a minimum of a 1.4 width path, only getting wider south of the sports ground. How long is that stretch that is 1.4 metres, or have they just misunderstood it? And what comment would you make about the fact that they've said that a precedent along the Milton Common stretch, where the original proposal showed a 2 metre wide path, although this was widened to 3.3 metres during the after the comments were made on the planning application. So in other words, we want, if it's going to be co-use of cyclists for leisure or whatever other purpose, and groups of possibly families or walkers, are there bits of this stretch where there are real pinch points down as low as 1.4 metres?
We'll check with Caroline in a moment. My understanding is that it is 2.2 metres wide along the length, the same as the image that I showed you for phase 1. If the final construction was wider on Milton Common, forgive me, that isn't something that's obvious from the environmental statement. Caroline?
That's correct. It's 2.2 metres the whole way down. Yeah.
A question from me. You said that the surface of this path will be self-compacting aggregate. How well does this wear? How stable a surface does it provide for the cyclist?
This is the same aggregate that we used on Milton Common. So it's called a self-compacting aggregate because of the size of the aggregate, but it is put down and it is rolled and it is constructed by the contractors. But we still have Anchorage Park that was installed in 2015 and that's wearing quite well. So like Alan said, it's not a fast commuter route, but it does hold up for pushchairs, wheelchairs, cyclists as well as walking.
Members' comments. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Happy to propose the recommendation of approval.
Do I have a seconder? Yes, I have a seconder in Councillor Stubbs. Any other comments? I'll put it to the vote then. Those in favour of the proposition? That then is unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Chair, apologies, can I just take a comfort break?
Yes, okay. 2-minute comfort break. You have a certain urgency. I shall continue talking. After all, somebody has got to entertain the public gallery. Well, to expedite matters somewhat, we're now going to go to the first item on the agenda, which is Fontenoy House Grand Parade, Portsmouth. And I would like Mr. and Mrs. Phillips to come to the table, please.
But you won't be able to take part.
I'm not. He won't be able to take part if I started. I am not starting. I'm just doing some preliminaries. Yeah. Councillor Pitt, I trust that you'll exercise your control over Councillor Vernon-Jackson in the normal way.
Yes, Chair, I'll fail miserably.
Right, thank you. Can I have the officer's report, please?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. My name is Luke Simpson, Planning Officer. So the application I'm bringing before you today is an application for a roof extension to Fontenoy House at Grand Parade. This application is a resubmission of an application that was approved following a committee refusal in 2013, which was later overturned by an appeal inspector in 2014, and then again it was approved under delegated authority in 2017. This scheme is identical to both of those applications. So here is an image of the site on Grand Parade. It's located within the old Portsmouth Conservation Area and within Flood Zone 3. There are a number of listed buildings close by to the site, namely 63 High Street, which is along this stretch, 60 High Street opposite. Both of these are Grade 2 listed. The Square Tower and the Hot Walls, and also the Cathedral Church of St Thomas, which is over just beyond this green. Oh, sorry, I tell a lie, down here. So here's an image of the front elevation of the property, looking from Grand Parade. The extension would be, as mentioned before, it would be single story. The scheme would also include raising of the parapet walls for the main facade, the installation of balustrade, and the extension of an external fire escape, which is located within the rear or central courtyard behind this front elevation. In terms of design, it's considered to be broadly sympathetic with the character and appearance of the host building. In terms of height, it's been restricted so that it doesn't project any higher than a lot of the buildings around Grand Parade. It's considered the variation in materials is considered to provide some contrast and an element of interest to the main building, and overall it's been designed to be perceived as a lightweight construction, if you will. All of these comments are similar to those that have been made in terms of design in the previous officer reports and the appeal inspector's reports. Yeah, of course. Apologies. Yes, as I was saying, all of these comments have been reflected within the previous officer reports and the appeal inspector's report, and it's considered that overall the addition is generally sympathetic to the character and appearance of the conservation area. This is an image of the rear of the building that can be seen from the internal courtyards and to the south. This is a floor plan showing the divide between the two flats that would be created. In terms of floor space, they'd be approximately 75 to 85 square meters, respectively. They would provide adequate light for occupiers. And also it's been, should be noted that the footprint of the addition has been set in from the external elements of the building. This is to ensure that there wouldn't be any overlooking for opposing windows within the rear courtyard, and also because of the setback it wouldn't have an impact in terms of loss of light either. Now there's a bit of history of the site because there is an extractor unit on the roof of the neighbouring Wellington pub, which is over here. Previously efforts have been made to ensure that noise and odour from this property have been well dealt with. Our environmental health inspector has confirmed that the amendments that have been made, including the This was previously sliding doors, but it's been changed to a single door opening. There's been internal dividing doors put in to stop odour filtering right the way through the buildings, and also a number of these windows are now fixed shut, which the Environmental Health Officer is content that these should deal with any issues. Image of the building from the high street, looking at the northeast facing side elevation. And this is an image of the cycle and bin store provisions that are proposed. This is identical to what's been submitted alongside the two previous applications. It's worth noting that the appeal inspector in their comments noted that as proposed, it would result in a loss of some of the courtyard area, but in light of the fact that there's already been storage in situ, said that revised amendments could be secured by conditions. So a condition's been attached to this recommendation, as within the previous application. Just a few images showing the building within the street scene. In terms of parking, the scheme would require 3 parking spaces as prescribed by our parking standards SPD. Obviously parking's a bit of a premium. The applicants provided a survey which has been contested by a number of local residents. The applicant's survey claims that there is space within the local area for the three additional parking need requirements. The local highways officer has confirmed that because there is an extant permission already on the site which runs until May or June, I believe, then he has no objections. And as previously commented by an inspector in previous applications, it's because of the relatively sustainable location of the site, it's not considered that the provisions would place a significant demand on the existing parking situation of the area. All that considered, it's recommended to the committee that the application is approved.
Thank you. There is a supplementary information which was not printed for you, but will now be given.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Luke did just refer to the waste and recycling matters, and apologies, the report we prepared this morning hasn't made its way across, but I can do it verbally for you now. It was just to confirm we had a consultation reply from the waste and recycling section just about the details of the bins and the store and so on. So they provided some comments around the size of the recycling bin and refuse bins and where they should be located, and the future food waste bin, etc. And members may have noticed we've got a condition on, in any event, condition number 4, is it? Thank you. To secure the full details in any event, but we can share those details with the applicant in the event of a consent, and they can work towards discharging that condition when we get to it. And then the second half of the SMAT report was simply clarifying that we've just had a new application in the last couple of weeks at the same site, which has confused 1 or 2 local residents, and we just wanted to clarify that. Members will recall the 2-storey, 1-flatted scheme from last September. Oh, you do have the SMAT report?
I think we do. I was going to say, is it this that you're referring to?
It will be, yes. We don't have one up here, that's why I was... There are, members, it's in front of you. That simply explains that, just for clarification, that the scheme that was refused last September from recollection was for the 2-storey single flat, and the applicants have come in for a new application for a single-storey, 1-flatted development. But that's a separate application entirely. It's just for full information and because a couple of the neighbours were confused.
Perhaps follow up on that, just to be clear, that would be on the top of the same building, so it's an alternative that they might consider doing.
Yes, you have. We considered a 2-storey development a little while ago. That is still in process to an extent. The reason for this coming back to us is that this is an earlier application which would be running out of time in May 2020, and so it is for the extension of that application. Mr. and Mrs. Phillips, you have 12 minutes between you.
Thank you. It should be about 1 minute, hopefully. I'm Jason Phillips. This is my wife, Kate Phillips. I think you guys have explained everything pretty much clearly already, really. The whole reason we've reapplied for this existing planning application is just really to protect our investment, because when we bought the freehold Fontenoy House, it had this planning application already in place. So because it's taken a bit longer than we expected to try and do what we want to do to build our home on Fontenoy House, we're just doing this purely as a protection for us in case nothing works out for us at all. Like the guys have said, the two-storey one, that's on hold at the moment. We've just reapplied for a single-storey, one dwelling apartment there as well. I think the main difference really between this application which we're applying for now and our proposed one which has already been submitted is we're looking at the building as a whole, so doing the whole building up rather than this current one which was applied for by building developers who we bought the freehold off, just purely focused on the roof. So hopefully in a few, or maybe hopefully not, we won't see you for the other one, but it should be coming up sometime soon. I think that's everything from me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That clarifies the situation. Members, questions? Members, comments? Councillor Stubbs?
Firstly, I have no objection to the application. I think putting another story on this building in this location is perfectly fine. I think the design of it, we're seeing quite a few of these actually where you add an extra story on, set it back a bit and make it white. There's a lot of developments both here and around the country in that format, and I have no problem with it, so I'm more than happy to propose. I would also like to make the point though, I'm a bit, why is this application here? Because this application is identical to one which has previously been given planning permission, and I'm not aware of and have heard nothing of any changes in policy, whether local or national, since then. So whatever view I might have had on this application, I would actually have no ability to refuse it anyway. It's completely automatic that we have to grant it. So could I make the suggest to yourself and to Ian Maguire that if we have effectively renewals applications like this, so unless there's a clear change in policy involved in it somewhere down the line, these can just be dealt with on the delegated matters, because it's really, we've got a detailed report laying out all of these matters which we have no jurisdiction on because they've been decided by a planning inspector in any event 6 years ago.
I think the reason for this, Councillor Stubbs, was that there is another planning application in the process, and we would not wish the whole to be confused, so we brought this one back. Councillor Vernon-Jackson?
I agree with everything that Councillor Stubbs has said and happy to second it.
Comments? Councillor Smythe?
I was about to say I'd like to second it as well. There's a world of difference between a sort of set-back white, fairly light structure on here and the 2 floors that you went for last time. And in fact, this is quite compatible with what's going on around. And I hope that if it is done, there's also the opportunity to do the windows and other things that I know residents were keen on that we saw before. So I would like to move to a decision.
Any further comments, members? Okay, those in favour of the officer's recommendation, please show. Thank you. That is unanimous. You have your continuation of planning permission. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stubbs asked a question about why this came here, and it would be useful to know what the thinking behind that was, because I would agree with him.
Thank you. There were 8 letters of representation on this application, so you have a very generous scheme of delegation. I am reviewing that at the moment, and I will hopefully be bringing back to members so that we can ensure committee time is used for things that committee wants to use its time for. And this would be an example, perhaps, where we could find ways to delegate. So that is under review at the moment, but it's the number of letters of representation.
Thank you, members. Because of the pressures upon Councillor Ashmore, who wishes to speak on this one, I am now moving to item 8 on your agenda, which you will find on page 107 in the heavy letters, which is the Connaught Arms, 119 Guildford Road, Portsmouth. Councillor Ashmore, could you come to the table, please? Councillor Pitt?
Chair, just for transparency, because of the hold-up with nitrates, and when that all first happened, there was a lot of uncertainty. Mr. Wiley did contact me at that point to ask me what was going on. I got him a response from officers in connection with that, and Councillor Ashmore, as the ward councillor, also asked me to keep him updated. There was a slight issue when the planning officer left and somebody else came in. It's been process stuff around my role as the cabinet member, and I've given no indication to support or otherwise the scheme that's relevant to the committee.
Right, thank you for that information, Councillor Pitt. Can I have the officer's report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So the proposal is for the change of use of the ground floor of a former pub to two-bedroom apartments, including a single-storey rear extension. In addition to this, there is the creation of an attached three-bedroom house to the side. The application is brought to committee due to a highways objection, and the officer's recommendation is to permit contrary to this. The application site is the former Connaught Arms pub, situated on the corner plot at Guildford Road and Penhill Road within Fratton. As you can see on the map and location plan, Fratton's train station is roughly 400 metres to the south, and the main shops and bus stops along Fratton Road, which is a primary retail centre, is about 250 metres to the west. The pub's been vacant for a number of years now, and members may recall considering an application for the site committee last year for the change of use of the ground floor of the pub to retail and a large rear extension, which was approved in June. The principle for the loss of pub has therefore already been established. So this is an aerial view of the site edged in red. You can see the character of the area is predominantly terraced residential, with a convenience shop situated on the corner here and a school further up Penhill Road to the west. Permitted residence parking and 2-hour visitor parking is available along all the surrounding roads. Here the proposed block plan shows the two-storey side extension here, which would form the new three-bedroom dwelling, and the slight single-storey rear extension here, which would join on to one of the two converted units. Looking around the site, this is a private parking area for, I think, some of the apartment blocks in here and maybe one of these dwellings. This is an apartment block with a blank facade, and there's a separation distance of about 18 metres to number 6 and 16 to the rear here, and about 11 and 12 metres to these two rear elevations as well. So given the separation distance and the scale of development and the fact that they already look onto taller part of this pub, there's not considered to be any significant detrimental impacts to the outlook or light levels of any of these neighbouring properties. So this slide shows the existing proposed floor plans. The physical works involve demolishing the rear extension here and basically having a similar size extension that protrudes a bit more with a better configuration than what's presently there. It's not materially larger than what's there at the moment either. In the proposed plans you can see the conversion of the pub to form two units here. So this is one and then this is the other one here. Both have access onto the street from the front, as does the new dwelling. All three properties exceed the minimum internal space standards by a couple of square metres, and they all have sections of garden afforded to them as well. There's a proposed store area here, which is going to be for the refuse and cycle storage, and that's going to be for predominantly this and the remaining, existing residential properties above at first and second floor. This is contrary to the Highways Officer's view, which is in the report, which states that no cycle parking is proposed, which forms part of this objection. So these are the proposed and existing front elevations along Guildford and Penhill Road. This is the two-storey addition here forming the new house. In terms of the design, the two-storey addition broadly matches the style of the existing property and its extension. The eaves, the brick course and the store riser are all continued from the existing property. and the materials and finish are proposed to match the existing, which is also secured via condition. The property is set back a few centimetres from the main existing property, which is currently the case with the wall that's there at the moment, but other than that it broadly follows the front and building lines of the existing property. You'll notice that it is slightly larger in terms of the ridge height in comparison to the extension, but overall it's subservient to the main original property, and a variation in roof heights is quite common as a feature within this property, so it's not considered to be an issue in this case. The overall design is therefore considered to be appropriate. This is a photo you can see of the front elevation along Guildford. As you'll notice, refurbishment works and painting and the installation of a brick course have already taken place. And this is the site from the junction with Penhill Road, with Guildford Road going up here. So you can see the other front elevation, and then essentially this is where the two-storey element would go. And then there's a store area here for the cycle parking and refuse storage. These are further existing proposed elevations showing the rear and the side. So this is the side elevation here. As you can see, it's in line with the building line and in keeping with the overall dwelling. And this is the proposed staggered rear extension, which is a flat roof. As you can see, it replaces the existing situation, which is taller and not as coherent in terms of its design. This is another image taken from midpoint last year, halfway through the refurbishments. Just gives you a better view of the site, and you can see this is roughly where the two-storey addition would go. So this photo in the top left shows the rear yard as of a few weeks ago. So the demolition to the rear extension has already taken place, and this is roughly the outline of where the new rear extension would go, with the remaining area being the garden for the three properties. These two, top right and bottom left, show the parking situation along Penhill to the west and Guildford to the south. They were taken about 8:30 in the morning, so you can see it's just outside of the peak time, and there is reasonable capacity there at the moment. And then that's just a sign showing the parking situation within the wider area. So the Highways objection is on the basis that the proposal falls short of the required 4.5 car parking spaces and the 6 cycle spaces which are required by the parking standards, and the resultant impacts this will have on amenity and air quality. With regards to cycle parking, this has already been demonstrated within indoor and outdoor storage areas and can be secured by condition, as proposed. In terms of the proposed nil car parking provision, this is considered to be acceptable for a number of reasons. Firstly, the site is within a highly sustainable location, close to Fratton train station, bus routes, shopping centres and other amenities. There's potential for on-street parking if required. And lastly, the residential use is not deemed to generate greater parking demand than either the existing lawful pub use or the approved unimplemented retail use, both of which would also likely attract cars during peak times, such as the evenings and weekends. No safety concerns were raised by the Highways engineer, and it's not considered to be a fair assessment to view the encouragement of fewer cars in development to result in a greater level of pollution or air quality. Lastly, I've just shown a few extra pictures. So this is the top. The top one is the northern part of the site, where you can see the neighbours here, their rear gardens, and the private parking area. So this is the small section lean-to, which would be demolished to make way for the two-storey dwelling. And the bottom is taken, I think it's Google Street View image from 2015. So that showed what the property looked like before the refurbishment works. That's why they're just larger images. So to conclude, the scheme is therefore considered to be acceptable in terms of design and scale, amenity of neighbours and future occupiers, and highways impacts, including safety and parking provision. With regards to the SPA mitigation, the applicant has provided a statement saying that they wish to enter into the council's mitigation scheme through purchasing their credits. As this process is being finalised, the recommendation is therefore to approve the rest of the scheme and delegate authority back to officers to secure appropriate mitigation against SPA impact. Thank you.
Thank you. I trust that the notice saying Windows is not genuine refers to the computer and not to the actual windows of the property. Councillor Ashmore, can you please make your deputation?
Thank you, Chair. Basically, I'm just here for some reassurance, both for myself and for the Fratton residents here, because we've had a lot of worry and concern about the site that's been going on for a couple of years now. We've had previous campaigns against it being turned into retail, which you've mentioned on your report. So just first of all, this is definitely for homes, no residential, no residential, not retail use. Yeah, but I think that's good because that's what we've been campaigning for. Because as you mentioned, there's a shop across the road. Penhow News it's basically like an independent shop, community hub. People use it, and people have been up in arms about it if it turns into like a mini supermarket. Which is when you mentioned that highways are concerned about air quality of extra cars and I thought surely having a couple of extra cars, if they bring the cars, because it's right next to a train station that side and bus stops that side, and you say there's cycle provision in there for so if they do bring a couple of cars, surely just driving to and from a home base is better for air quality than if you had delivery lorries turning up and people turning up all hours of the day to purchase something and go away again. I don't see the problem from that point of view on that one. So it's about homes. I'd say car parking, so it's in a residence parking zone anyway, which means anyone concerned that they'll be bringing, people who move in will be bringing 2, 3, 4 cars with them. That sort of circumnavigates that area as well. I think this application, and if it's for homes, I think it's a win-win for Fratton. We need homes. The city needs homes, Fratton needs homes. I think, more than we need shops, particularly when it's right near Fratton Road, which is full of shops. And we've got a community shop, independent shop just down there, Penhow News, and we've also got one up near Newcombe Road, which is not too far from there. And they've got, and as I said, residents and myself have been really good. Yeah, still there. And as I said, I think it just I think it'll be a win for the community here on that one. And because the other application, I've led campaigns against it turning to a shop. We've managed to get the previous ones refused up until the last one, which got granted permission. So what I'm glad to see is this one's come here with a determination to see it become homes for people. So I just want to thank the applicant for actually listening to the residents and myself here on that and working with the community. So that's really what I've got to say about it, really. I'm speaking up in support of this, Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ashmore. Members' questions? Councillor Atkins?
I'm not absolutely sure whether or not the planning officers will know the answers or even whether or not it's a relevant planning consideration, but the Cabinet member may well know. Is this a parking zone which is currently under or oversubscribed? Is there space in this parking zone?
From memory, Chair, it is one where there are fewer permits issued than spaces available.
Thank you for that information, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Other comments? Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Stubbs.
I'm happy to propose officer recommendation on this. I think it's very good the applicant has listened to the views of local people. Local people are very clear they didn't want retail here, and in terms of inconvenience to residents and air pollution, residential is much better than retail. So thank you. And actually I think he's done a good job doing it up. The brick coursing above the ground floor windows is really well done, and probably didn't need to do it, but actually it's a good bit of detailing and it shows care in doing this building. So I think this is a sensible thing to do.
Councillor Stubbs?
Happy to second that. I think this is a good application, as has been said. It's bringing a redundant building back into use, and we have to provide housing somewhere, and this making old pubs and other buildings which are no longer in use for their original purpose, turning them into housing is some of the easiest way of doing that. I don't really think the transport objections can reasonably be sustained, because more or less are an argument for not building anything anywhere, and see how that gets on with the inspectorate. I really when you've got an existing building, it's not really realistic to say, well, they should create large amounts of parking in there. It can't reasonably be done. I think I would accept that, so I'm happy to see this scheme go forward.
Councillor Atkins.
So my only concern about this application was the fact it was being done in the face of an objection from the highways officer, because obviously the extra property that footprint could have been used for parking spaces, but I think by the sounds of it, it's not necessary to use that footprint for parking spaces, and so actually the extra dwelling, given the comments of Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Ashmore, makes sense, so I'm happy to support the application as well.
Okay, put it to the vote. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation, please show. That is unanimous. Thank you very much. You may now go about your other business, Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Chair.
We now, members, revert to the normal order, and so we come to number 2, which is 42 Festing Grove. If I may have Mr. Thomas, Mr. Sarling, and Councillor Winnington to the table, please. Right. Thank you, gentlemen. May I have the officer's report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. This application seeks planning permission for the change of use from a Class C4 dwelling house into a 7-bedroom, 7-person, sui generis larger HMO. The application relates to 42 Festing Grove, a 2-storey mid-terrace dwelling with rooms within the roof space. It's located on the southern side of Festing Grove. The surrounding area is characterised by rows of terrace properties with a similar size and design. The dwelling is set back from the highway by a front forecourt, which is used for the storage of waste and recycling, and the property also benefits from an enclosed garden to the rear with access through a side alleyway. Members' attention is drawn to the supplementary matters list. Since the publication of the committee report, an additional HMO has been identified. The percentage of HMOs within the area is still under 10%. So, based on the information held by the City Council, of the 61 properties within a 50-metre radius of the site, 4 have been identified as HMOs. As the property is already in use as a HMO, the granting of this application would maintain the percentage of HMOs at 6.5%. Furthermore, the proposal would not result in 3 or more properties HMOs being adjacent to each other, nor would it result in any residential property being sandwiched between 2 HMOs. Therefore, the community is not already imbalanced by a concentration of HMOs, and this application does not result in any imbalance of uses in the area. The property will comprise of a combined kitchen and dining room and outside toilet, 2 bedrooms, one with an ensuite at ground floor level, and 3 bedrooms, each with their own ensuite and a shower room at first floor level, and 2 bedrooms, both with their own ensuite at roof level. The HMO SPD sets out the size requirements for standards for larger HMOs. Within that, it's acknowledged that the communal space by itself is under the size standard in the HMO SPD. However, the SPD also sets out that where bedrooms are over 10 metres squared, the communal area can be reduced. In this case, all of the bedrooms except for one, which is undersized by 0.1 metre, are above 10 metres squared, and as such, it's considered that reduced communal area can be accepted based on a balanced judgment. The property is therefore considered to provide an adequate standard of accommodation for 7 individuals sharing. In the slide above, you can see the kitchen layout featuring 2 ovens and 2 sinks. And above you can see some photos taken of the site back in July of last year. To the left is the dining area, and to the right is a kitchen. And there's an additional photo of the rear of the kitchen, not my best photography, and the rear of the property. The ground floor front bedroom and then the 2 roof-level bedrooms. The City Council's parking standards, SPD, places a requirement of 2 off-road spaces for HMOs with 4 or more bedrooms. Given that the existing use of the property is as a 6-person, 6-bedroom HMO at current, this is unchanged and therefore a refusal on parking grounds could not be sustained. All other matters relating to amenity and waste storage have been outlined in the officer's report and in SMAT. And having regards to the material considerations, representations and planning policy, it's considered that the proposed development is acceptable. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Thomas, you have 6 minutes to address the committee. Press the button on the right.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Chairman. You've been around this boy a few times, haven't you? Yep. And it may seem very petty talking about 1 room, but my maths, I'm a history graduate, but my maths say if you add 1 to 6, that's 16%. I'll come back to that in a moment. I was involved in the planning application for number 48, I think, which a couple of years ago perhaps, where I learnt about the 10% rule, and I was delighted to know there is a 10% rule, so there is, and you've grasped that nettle. I appreciate that with any rule there's going to be winners and losers. I would just, and I'm slightly off the point, but I wonder if you could think about nuancing it. It's not in the report, but you've got in the papers was a breakdown of the 61 properties that we referred to, which means that however many they are now, HMOs is only 6.5%. There are 61 addresses, because 33 of them are flats. There are actually 32 properties or buildings in that area. So if one consider, and I appreciate that a 4-bedroom flat is not an HMO, capital M, capital H, capital M, capital O. It's clearly a house of multiple occupancy. However, on to the point. I was pleased to see that on page 16 of the report it states that the change of use is considered acceptable in principle. Well, I'd like to challenge this in practice. I particularly want to highlight, and it's quite interesting, it happens to come up on again on the additional note, which I've actually written the whole thing out. Yeah, it's still not considered that the proposal, I'm reading now, would result in a demonstrably higher level of harm to amenity in the surrounding area. In fact, in the document it refers to whether from noise, additional vehicle use or any other form of nuisance disturbance. And this is really my point. I come back to my 16%. 16% more noise, additional vehicle use or other form of nuisance and disturbance. Strikes me that is demonstrably higher. As I said in my deposition, and I got a bit carried away because I was very cross when I wrote it, Pompey's full. It's crowded, it's gridlocked, its air is polluted, and you're worried about the effects of nitrates in the water environment. As councillors, you are the guardians of our city. And I don't envy you that role, and I'm sure sometimes you feel like King Canute trying to keep back the waves, metaphorically speaking. I would offer you one small way to make a difference today. Don't let your hearts bleed for the landlord. He would still have 6 rooms in there generating rent. We're still providing 6, I quite understand that point, 6 spaces for people to live. The work has been done to the property, so the housing stock is being looked after. We lived next door to that for 12 months. But what can you do about pollution, gridlock, noise, overcrowding, etc.? Well, what creates that? People create it. If you refuse this application, you will have prevented one more additional person living in the city, with a consequent saving of 16% of the noise, pollution, congestion and disturbance that this person would bring. Someone referred to win-win earlier on. It strikes me this is win-win. All parties win, including us residents who get a little bit of relief. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that deputation. We have now Mr. Sarling speaking in favour. So you have 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. As you've heard, I'm Colin Sarling, representing 42 Festing Grove and the applicant. Thank you very much for the summary of the application, Councillor. I thought I would do nothing more than add some colour to the already very informative report that you've seen. I've just got 5 points that I'd like to make, really. One is on the property fit-out. So I actually acquired 42 Festing Grove in August 2018 when it was in a very, very poor state. It was actually, it had 6 people in it. It was an HMO. And I believe it was actually quite well known to the private housing sector team within Portsmouth Council for some of the wrong reasons. It's been completely refurbished, fully rewired. It's been fitted out to a very high standard to attract professional tenants. And as far as I'm aware, the fit-out currently exceeds all of the current standards in terms of HHSRS, tenant convenience, capacity, storage, cleanliness, etc., etc. And I've got some pictures here that are more recent than those ones if anyone's interested. In terms of bicycle storage, there's currently a secure weatherproof cycle shed being erected in the rear garden for 4 bicycles to promote the use of, reduction of pollution and cycling to and from work, etc. As the Councillor said, rubbish storage is conveniently located at the front there. There's no issue with rubbish storage, etc. In terms of landlord credentials, I'm talking about myself now and my wife, I've invested significantly into property and landlord training. I fully understand my obligations towards my tenants and my neighbours, and I do my best to keep everyone happy all of the time. I'm an active member of the Residential Landlords Association, who do a very good job at keeping me up to date with legislation as it changes, etc., etc. And I'm also an accredited member of the Portsmouth Rent It Right scheme. In terms of ongoing management of 42 Festing Grove, it is managed in accordance with all the current legislation and best practices. We conduct regular visits to ensure that all of the facilities and safety measures are working properly. Any issues or antisocial behaviour is dealt with in a timely manner. And I'm fully committed to working with the City Council's private sector housing team, who already have my contact details, should any management issues arise. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sarling. Councillor Whittington.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, here we are again. We're in Festing Grove and we've got another HMO. Myself and Councillor Stubbs, I know I've been down this road many times. I think Councillor Stubbs is here as a member of the committee today. But we had these arguments, as Mr. Thomas said, just about 2.5 years ago with another HMO further down the road. In that case, an HMO was put in. It was not an existing one. And during the course of the application process, lo and behold, as has happened again today, we have found another HMO suddenly has appeared between the 11th of February and today. So I'm afraid, colleagues, I have no faith in the way that HMOs are assessed in this area, and I think at the very least this application should be deferred so that a proper assessment of HMOs in the Salisbury Road and Festing Grove areas can take place. So once and for all we can actually get a proper understanding of what the situation with houses in multiple occupation in this area is. So on to this particular application. This is a sui generis application to move it to 7 from 6. And yet, as Mr. Thomas has pointed out, we are told having one more room will have no discernible impact on the community, any changes at all. But this is a 16% increase. How many times does this have to happen that you have one extra room on an HMO for you to understand that it does have an impact on that amenity? As has already been mentioned, for HMOs of 4 or more people, you should have 2 parking spaces. So, this HMO was in place. I believe this is one that has been here for a very long time, probably comes prior to our 10% rule coming in. And of course there were no parking spaces that were needed at that time. However, this was always a congested street, always a street which is very narrow, which has parking on both sides and has an awful lot of parking. So there is a huge amount, so even a single car, which could be that single extra person, would have a detrimental impact on the amenity in this area. And then we also see, and it's mentioned in the report, just a few doors down, there is a 9-person HMO in the area. So these aren't even small HMOs we're talking about here. These are significantly sized HMOs, which these might be big buildings, but they are relatively narrow frontage, and they are on a very congested street with parking on both sides with a lot of cars. So, colleagues, can you please take into account that this is a large HMO in an area of large HMOs. This is also an area, as Mr. Thomas has said, with a large number of flats within buildings that have been turned into flats, which again leads to the added congestion. And my last point is on the actual internal amenity of the property. Though we have on the application, on the reports, the pointing out that in terms of bedroom size, the property does fit well within and exceeds the standards that we have. But I have to say, this being my first HMO since the new SPD has come in, that I've been to committee for, I'm somewhat concerned that there is a mitigation of, if you've got bigger bedrooms, you can have a smaller communal area. I'm not sure, colleagues, that this really gives the right attitude and right message to people living in shared houses. Communal areas, if we're interested in social cohesion and people living together and having good well-being, then I would expect that the more bedrooms you have in an HMO, the bigger communal area you should have. You should be functioning it as a communal area that people should be wanting to get together in and be happy in and be homely in, rather than effectively saying that, well, you can use your bedroom as a bedsit. You can use that as your living area. And I find that a really unfortunate thing. And my final point, and this is just a general thing about HMOs, where it's been extended to the maximum amount possible. This has gone into the roof. There is now minimal storage space there. I don't think any home with minimal storage space should be something we should aspire to in the city. And I therefore think that again is a lack of amenity, and I think that should be included in how we look at HMOs in the future. Finally, the very final point, cycle storage. It's a 7-person HMO. It's got cycle storage for 4 people. If we really are serious about this kind of thing, I would again ask, if you in the end do decide to put this through, or after deferral or whatever, that it should be 7 cycle storage spaces. We should be looking at providing it for people in HMOs and indeed places across the city, that for every part of accommodation you should have a cycle storage to really encourage people to use their bikes rather than getting in a car. Thank you, colleagues.
You've just made it in time. Before we progress to questions, 2 comments from the Chair. The first, Councillor Stubbs, you were mentioned in a deputation. Can I have your assurance that although you know this area well, that you have in no way predetermined the issue?
That's correct, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. The second thing is, for the benefit of members, the standards are set not in the supplementary planning document, but in the September 2018 standards for houses in multiple occupation, which comes from private sector housing, and I believe are based upon government guidelines. Questions, members? Councillor Atkins, then Councillor Pitt.
I had a couple of questions, if you don't mind. First of all, with regards to the point raised by Councillor Winnington, what degree of assurance do we now have that there aren't other outstanding HMOs in this area that we haven't taken into consideration?
The case officer can explain why the additional one came up, and obviously we've done a comprehensive review to inform this recommendation, which is how we were able to turn up the additional one. But I don't know if you want to give more details about where that additional one was identified from.
Yeah, so that additional one was originally on the HMO database, but then was taken off because it had a previous consent in 2008 to be subdivided into flats. From looking into it further, it's found that it would then applied for a HMO license in 2010, so in all likelihood it was the planning permission was never fulfilled, so it's still a HMO, so it was really put back onto the list that we had.
So you're quite confident that none of the other properties, have you reviewed them recently to see if they're HMOs? I suppose that's not a thing you routinely do.
So I will have to say the officers have not knocked on 61 or rung 61 doorbells. That's not a proportionate response. We've looked at the records we've had. As you say, we've done validation of those records, and where there is anomalies, we've checked those through. So we remain confident that this is well below the 10% threshold.
Okay, thank you. Sounds perhaps like a more rigorous database could be a useful asset. But leaving that aside, the question of the communal area size, the wording in this report is one that's slightly unfamiliar to me. Last year, am I right in saying, or is this because we're considering the new sui generis policy, we didn't see this comment about the standards for houses in multiple occupation allowing increase in bedroom sizes to reduce the communal area. Am I correct? That's not something that we commonly had in the reports on HMOs last year, or is that a special thing that relates to large sui generis ones?
It relates to all HMOs. Obviously, officers have been bringing forward planning recommendations because the SPD is guidance, and what we do as officers is provide you our assessment, and a number of times we made individual case-by-case assessments regarding the usability, if you will, of property, so the different proportions of different rooms within their sizes. Within the adopted SPD, specific reference was made to making changes to it so that it does better align with the private sector housing guidance. So what we've done in for a couple of reports on today's agenda and some previous reports as well, I've really brought that forward for members so you can see that that alignment between both your housing adopted policy and your now planning adopted guidance. But as in each and every case, it's a matter of interpretation whether the home created here, the homes created here, is usable and appropriate for the occupiers.
Just final clarification on that point, and then I'm done, Chair. So in the past, we have turned down HMOs on the basis that the communal area was not sufficiently sized, and I feel like we have turned down HMOs with a larger communal area than this. But this new standard for houses in multiple occupation, well, not new, from September 2018, seems to suggest that if it's above 22.5 with a certain size of bedroom, we should not be turning that down. Is that a legal requirement, or are we still allowed to come to our own conclusion about whether or not falling short of the required standard of 34 metres is a grounds for refusal?
So obviously, as you know, there's an interrelationship between the planning process and the licensing process. So what we've done is align planning guidance with the licensing policy, which is itself derived from national guidance. So as a planning authority, you can make any decision that is reasonable to do so. You have to have a supportable and justified reason why it is reasonable to do so, knowing that it satisfies the licensing requirement and your published private sector housing policy to this extent. But if you feel there are specifics about this one scheme that, because while it complies with that guidance, does have a smaller than you would think ideal amenity space, you feel it should be refused. Every case must be judged on its own merits, and it is for members to apply your judgment in each case.
Councillor Pitt.
Yes, Chair. Just to tease out a couple of things made in one of the deputations, actually. The 61 properties takes into account the subdivisions within the buildings that are captured within the 50-metre radius, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it's not scientific because we've got a little map to look at, not a giant one, but I think approximately 38 to 40 buildings are captured within this. So even if none of them have been subdivided, we'd be right on the 10% rule anyway, wouldn't we, in this particular instance?
I believe so, yeah, but that's roughly about the correct number of properties I would estimate.
So with regard to the point made by the Deputy, obviously we look at the number of properties, including legal subdivisions into flats, etc. Is there any Is there any consideration, as the deputies raised, that should be given or could be given within the way we assess the 10-metre rule around to take into account those subdivisions, or have we got no basis to do that?
So the policy, of course, is to create mixed and balanced communities. That's your policy position. That's what you're obliged to apply, unless material considerations dictate otherwise. Your guidance, your SPD, has said, well, interpreting that, what we're looking for is no more than 10% HMOs. Of course, to have a mixed and balanced community, you would want a mix of some HMOs, some detached houses, some semi-detached houses, some flats, some so on and so forth. So to then try to retrospectively reapply a process to say, well, actually, because there are some small units in this area, we want less HMOs, I would suggest is actually contrary to your policy position, which is not to have few HMOs. That's not your local plan, never has been. Your policy and your local plan is to have a mixed and balanced community, i.e. have a range of different housings for different people to live and grow in Portsmouth.
Thank you, Ian. And a final point, I always like to make sure that residents get heard. In the report, we've got a list of 7 different topics raised in representations by people making objections. Could either Matt or Ian or Simon, doesn't matter who, confirm that A, B, C, D, E, F and G, so all 7 of those, none of them are material considerations that we could actually take into account today?
If I use it, everything's a material consideration. So it's how you weight it and what it actually means. So work being undertaken at the site, certainly temporary disturbance has been defined through case law as not likely to be a material consideration. It has materiality on a proportionality base. Plenty of other schemes, and indeed you saw the application for the sea defences that had a number of conditions around construction management, i.e. the work being undertaken at the site. So it can be material. Is it material and is it suggestive of refusal here? Officers would certainly say no. Noise and disturbance, comings and goings from residents, certainly that's material. Is one more person in a house of 6 people going to have an adverse impact such that plan permission should be refused? That's the judgment you're making, and so on and so forth throughout the process. So everything is material, but it's how much weight, and well, it's assessing the harms and benefits of those matters and then putting how much weight you place on them. Officers looked at all of those things. None of them are in and of themselves incapable of being planning considerations, but none of them, in officers' opinion, weigh against the scheme such that plan permission should be refused.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Could I ask for advice from the planning officers?
Certainly.
Because all applicants have the ability to appeal to the government to overturn any local decision made. If you were giving us advice about whether we could sustain a refusal or whether the applicant would win on appeal up to government, what would your advice be?
There is always a grey area, but in this case, because you have a very specific piece of recently adopted guidance that say you will allow changes of use for HMOs up to 10% of the properties in the area, and this is 6.5% of the properties in the area, and we can identify no specific other harms associated with the scheme, we cannot see a defensible reason that will be sustainable on appeal.
Okay, thank you.
Members' comments. Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Thank you. I mean, certainly I'd like to thank the deputies for coming along and the points that they've made. We've had a lot of applications actually along these lines at committees since we had the policy on 7-person HMOs, and I think it's only fair to say, just to point out, that the council's record on appeal has not been good. There crudely, I think we've won 1 and lost something like 15. So, you know, most of these that go to appeal, and they are all to do with room sizes, they're all of the ones that come through here to go to appeal. Generally, the grounds for refusal is room size, and the track record, rightly or wrongly, but it's what the inspectors are taking into account, is not too promising. So, I mean, I personally think it would be worth, I'm going to propose a deferral on the grounds of seeking additional information about HMOs in the area and whether the policy condition is breached. That's what I would like to propose today, and I'll see how other members feel about that.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Happy to second that, as requested by Councillor Winnington. I think we also need to look at the cycle storage to make sure that there are enough cycle storage places as well.
Confirm what the policy requirement is and the SVD in terms of cycle storage HMOs. Or in here on page 17. I'm not sure we can do that because the policy is 4.
Fine, in which case I'm happy to take your advice, Luke. But in which case I go back to Luke's original suggestion then.
Whilst the officer is looking for any additional information, are there any other comments from members? Councillor Atkins.
Yeah, I'm happy to support the proposal for deferral to investigate further HMOs. I think some comments I would make, however, though, there is clearly, the way we've defined the 10% is obviously catching a relatively large number of properties, and in some specific situations like this, there is an apparent problem that the HMOs themselves are still concentrating on a rather smaller group in a specific location within the 10%, unfortunately. So as we can see, they're all on one side of Festing Grove here, which is potentially causing a specific problem, but our policy currently does not catch that, so I don't think it could be grounds for refusal, although it does concern me, looking at that map, that the HMOs are concentrated in a small section of the street there, which probably does cause particular disturbance to residents in that particular section of the street. But it's not currently caught by our policy, so it wouldn't, I don't think, sustain a refusal. The other point that I wanted to make was replying directly to something that was raised in a deputation, that it's not for this planning committee to try and reduce the number of people living in Portsmouth, unfortunately, and that's not something we'll be able to do. In fact, government policy is pushing us the opposite direction. It is requiring us to find places for people to live, and the more we try and resist concentration of living in particular areas, the more the government takes the power to decide away from us. So it is regrettable that where we might want to, in particular cases, say that an HMO is too large or restrict the size of it, unless we have quite specific policy or planning reasons to do so, well, it's likely to cost the council money on appeal and ultimately risk our ability to control our own planning policy entirely. So what I think is concerning in this case, there was an HMO found late in the day, and there is a risk that there could be others in the area, and so I'm happy to support deferral to conduct a more thorough investigation on that basis. I think in general it's likely that eventually we will find an HMO application on this basis going through. And I have to say, I think for an HMO, I want to also give some support or some encouragement to the applicant, in the sense of I think this is a high standard HMO in terms of what we've seen in the photos, the provision in the kitchen, the provision of en suites. I don't think this is a low standard one. I think this is a high standard HMO compared to many that are found in our city, and I welcome that aspect of this application.
Councillor Smythe.
I'd like to say that I think, given the officer's advice on this, which is pretty strong, and given the quite low number of HMOs in this area, I'd like to move to accept the officer's recommendation and approve the application.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? In which case I will formally second it, so it may be considered. Are there any further comments? Right. we have the recommendation from Councillor Stubbs, seconded by Councillor Bernard-Jackson, for deferral. We take that first. Those in favour of deferral, please show. That is carried. This is deferred for further consideration of the concentration of HMOs in the area. Were there any other grounds for deferral? Right, thank you. The application is deferred. Thank you, gentlemen. We now move to item 4 on your agenda, which you will find on page 69, which is 186 Northern Parade.
Your page numbers are very different from ours.
Oh, right.
Very different.
So it's in our papers, it's page 51.
Oh, right. I've got a very big page 69 underneath.
Okay, so I would... I'm sure they're helpful to you, but
I'll
not to
refer
us.
to the small numbers then. It is on page 51, small numbers. Since there are no deputations on this, may I have the officer's report?
Thank you, Chairman. This application site lies on the east side of Northern Parade, just to the south of St Francis Church. It's currently occupied by what was a former vicarage building, a two-storey dwelling. Just bear with me. This is the existing building on the site here, two-storey dwelling, and it's garden land here with the tree, and there's also a garage to the rear of the site. To the east of the site, along this sort of private access road, is a development of 7 dwellings which are owned by Coronation Homes, occupied by residents over the age of 60, which is actually a planning restriction on those units. I've got some photographs of the site. So this is the existing former vicarage building, which I believe is currently vacant. There's some parking, there's parking space in front of that site, but that's currently used by the church mainly, which is just an agreement between the site owners. You'll see there's a tree here in front of St Francis Church. There's also a tree on the corner of Northern Parade, which is subject to a tree preservation order. To the north along Northern Parade, there's a co-op store and otherwise predominantly residential, and to the south there's a row of 2-storey properties. These photos taken from within the site. That's the garage to the rear of the vicarage with a parking space. This image shows the row of 2-storey dwellings going south from the vicarage, and then these couple of images taken from the garden looking towards the neighbouring properties. So you've got 2-storey properties here, and a block of flats known as Dame Kelly Court, I think, just here, which overlooks the back end of the rear garden. And then this is just some photos to show you St Francis Court as it currently exists, which is an L-shaped block of 7 units, 1 and 2-storey. There's no formally laid out parking spaces, but there is space to park cars within that cul-de-sac, and there was 1 or 2 there when I went on site. Oh, and then just to say, sorry, the tree that you can see here in the rear garden, the large tree, that's proposed to be retained. There is a smaller tree just behind it which would be removed as part of the development. So the proposal is to demolish the former vicarage and construct a pair of semi-detached bungalows. They would be small one-bedroom bungalows for either 1 or 2 person occupancy. There would still be some parking in the front of the site, but that would again mainly be used by the church. They're not to be allocated for the dwellings. A garden area would be retained here on the east side, and access to the parking area would be from the St Francis Court Road here. As I said, the tree, which you probably can't see, but it does show the tree to be retained in the garden. They're fairly traditional design, single-storey pitched roof, clay tiles, projecting bay windows. This is the elevation that would front onto the access road towards St Francis Church. This would be to the rear. Having the entrance doors, a couple of the properties at the rear, is not an usual situation, but it's what they have on St Francis Court, and they consider that to work quite well because it allows the main living room windows to face outwards. And that's just the side elevations facing either east or west. So this would be fronting Northern Parade itself. In terms of the internal layout, they would each have one bedroom, an accessible shower room, and an open plan sort of kitchen living area. And that's so the couple of the main issues on the site. It does lie partially within flood zones 2 and 3, and so the applicant submitted a flood risk assessment which has been agreed by the Environment Agency and our drainage engineers, and there's a condition to ensure it's developed in accordance with that. They also needed to submit a tree protection report which was carried out, and again there's a condition to ensure that the trees on the site are protected. In relation to the reason this is at committee is because of the objection from the highway engineer, because there's no parking proposed for the dwellings. You'll see the assessment to that effect within the report. We've considered it on the basis of they are designed for sort of up to 2-person occupancy, and most likely to be occupied by elderly residents because it would be operated by Coronation Homes. They don't have specific parking associated with St Francis Court, and this doesn't cause problems. They are near to a bus route and there are some services nearby. So we've assessed it on the basis that it's in a location which is acceptable to have no parking here for these types of units. So the application is recommended for conditional permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions? Councillor Smythe?
6 is not particularly old. Is there a provision for off-street parking for people who, for on-street parking down Northern Parade for maybe one of those people to have a car?
There is some on-street parking along Northern Parade, and in some of the surrounding streets. It's not, and as I said, there is some space to park cars within St Francis Court.
Councillor Adkins?
Yeah, I had a look at this. I am concerned about putting through applications without sufficient parking in the face of highways engineer objections. And so I tried to find out from sort of Google pictures and things how wide St Francis Court is if cars do get parked on it, given that there isn't any obvious turning space or any marked bays. I'm pretty sure that the passage to between the church and the bungalows is too narrow for parking, but I couldn't get any picture that could give me any kind of idea of how wide the space would be for parking further down. So where are people putting cars down the end of Sir Francis Court, and is there a space for more cars to go down there, or is it likely to very quickly become snarled up if people attempt to park down there?
These are the photographs I took on site within the St Francis Court area, so it's not formally laid out for parking, but this car was sort of just parked, I think, generally in sort of this location here. Mm-hmm. But the idea, what Coronation Homes have explained to us is that their existing residents, they only have, sort of less than half of their residents own cars. There's also the point that the users of the church are unlikely to use those front car parking spaces overnight, so there is a potential that they might be available, and that would be between the landowners to agree when they can be used.
Yeah, so if we were to assume, it does say in the report that there is some car ownership by the occupants of the current 7, as you said, I think slightly under 50, but if we were to say 2 more cars, do you, as the officer, I don't know if this is something you can advise or not, would you be satisfied then with 2 more cars would fit in St Francis Court being parked overnight or not?
I think we've made the assessment on the basis that there is some on-street parking in the area. Quite where that would be exactly, they would need to find the space, but the addition of up to sort of 2 cars wouldn't be such a harmful impact to those cars driving around looking for a space. We haven't assessed it on precise locations for parking. It's a judgment.
I was asking perhaps more for your opinion. Perhaps you can't give that, but is the planning officer able to give their opinion as to whether or not you could park 2 more cars in the end of St Francis Court, or would you not advise doing that?
there's clearly space to park cars. But it's not a formal provision. No.
Following up on that, would the church's car parking on Northern Parade, which I believe is 3 car parking spaces, would that be available to the residents when the church is not operational?
That was the point I made just now, is to say it's not something that they've indicated in the application, but if it was, it would be agreed between the two landowners, between the two parties. But you would expect that they may not use them overnight, and therefore a resident or visitor parking could go there overnight.
If there are no more, Councillor Atkins.
Did you have discussions with the church about why they need the 3 parking spaces? So is it for the staff or disabled congregants, or is this conversation we've not had about why the church needs the 3 parking spaces?
It's an ongoing situation. It's what they currently do. We didn't really question it. That's what they proposed in their application to continue, because they already use the spaces in front of the vicarage. And that's how it was applied for, so it wasn't a specific discussion.
Comments, members. Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
This is a very welcome application. There are precious few bungalows in Portsmouth, and to see some more constructed can only be a good thing. After all, we have an ageing population, and a single-storey building works for many people. Then these are, in effect, affordable housing units. And we talk a lot on this council about affordable housing. Well, here you have a scheme that won't cost anyone a penny, and goes to solve goes some way to addressing need in the community. I note the issue on parking, but I suspect that we're dealing here with older people. Car ownership is going to be quite a bit lower than normal, not 0 perhaps. But there's a trade-off on this, and I think we want to achieve developments like this. We have to be prepared to give a little bit on some things, and that includes on parking. So I'm going to propose the report.
Councillor Vernon Jackson, then Councillor Smythe, then Councillor Atkins.
Yeah, this seems a sensible scheme. The building it's replacing is significantly less attractive than it looks as if the ones that are being built. I'm a trustee of another set of arms houses in the city. They're probably not officially called affordable housing, but somebody's moving into one of the flats, and their rent is halving. And it's again sheltered accommodation for elderly residents. So it's a good thing to happen. Happy to support it.
Councillor Smythe.
I was about to say the same thing.
Right, okay. Yeah, Councillor Atkins.
Yes, no, I'm also happy to support the application. Were it an application that was for private dwellings for fully commercial reasons, I would be minded to refuse it on the parking goes, but I think given the public benefits provided by houses which are set up for elderly people with some amount of supported living with accessible bathrooms, I think the benefit certainly outweighs the detriment, though I hope that if there are residents that have cars and need those cars, that if the parking issue becomes a problem, the church will think about how it can accommodate car parking in that area, because obviously it's retaining the car parking for itself, which could have been provided to the property. And I understand they probably have reasons why they need to do that, but it is an aspect of the application which gives me pause. Though overall, I do think that the benefit well outweighs any detriment there.
Right, thank you. The parish of St Mark North End is usually very amenable to working with its local residents. So we have had this proposed and seconded. Can I see those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. We now come to item 5, which is on page 65, small. Land to the rear of 233 Goldsmith Avenue, after which I would propose to have a short break. No. I have deputations from Mr. George Byng, Mr. Matthew Porter, Mr. Matthew Williams, and Councillor Steve Pitt, who I must remind you, Councillor Pitts, that once you have given your deputation, you need to leave the room for the remainder of this item. Mr. Bing is not here.
Yeah,
you're
Trevor Bing, not George Bing.
Sorry?
Trevor Bing, not George.
Okay, right. I had you down as George Bing. Right. Please may have made noted that this is Mr. Trevor Bing. Mr. Porter? No? Mr. Williams, correct? Councillor Steve Pitt, I think I know. Wait until the bongs have gone. Yes. Mr. Trevor Bing. You, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm guessing that a number of members will be very familiar with this site, and I apologise that the aerial views from any source I could find aren't up to date enough to show the new development on Goldsmith Avenue. But this is the site on Goldsmith Avenue on the corner with Fawcett Road, which is this site here has recently been redeveloped to provide a scheme of 70 flats. This specific application relates to a site which formerly housed a couple of old commercial buildings, which I believe did lie vacant for quite a few years, but they've now been demolished. It lies directly opposite the pedestrian crossing here, which leads to the pedestrian bridge to Fratton Station. Fratton District Centre just lies up here to the north. To the south of the site is the residential properties in Orchard Road, and then to the east of the site are a number of businesses, notably immediately adjacent, which I'll show you in some photos in a minute, is a food takeaway and also a fencing business which extends round to the back here. So this is a development that has gone up, which I guess people will be familiar with. The access to the application site is between that end of the new building and the takeaway here, and this is where the buildings were demolished. These are some pictures taken within the application site, and this was taken just after they were demolished, so you can see the brick boundary walls, which were about 2.8 metres on the eastern and the southern boundary of the site. And then this is looking to the west here, to the back. This is the back of the new development, and then this is looking from the west back to the east towards the application site. The proposal is to construct a new building on the site of the demolished buildings, which would house 2 additional flats. It's been submitted as a standalone application, but designed to be incorporated with this adjacent development here. So the landscaping and the communal amenity area would integrate with it at the frontage and at the side of the new flats. The flats have been designed to have their habitable room windows mainly facing west, with some smaller windows facing to the north. These elevations have been deliberately left blank, one because they face onto the high boundary walls, and also to provide screening between the adjacent business and the development. There's no vehicle access to the site because it wouldn't be feasible from a highway safety point of view, one, to have an additional access on Goldsmith Avenue, and two, because it would completely prejudice the operation of the pedestrian crossing. So it would only have pedestrian access, and there's some bin and cycle storage here along the access road. And as you can see, it's been designed with the sort of footways through, linking with the adjacent development. In terms of their layout, as I said, the main habitable room windows would face west with the open plan living kitchen and the 2 bedrooms here, and mirrored on the top floor with a small balcony for the first floor flat. The main elevations, so facing west and south, are shown in these images here, and then these are some indicative views looking through the site and from within the site looking towards the new building. In terms of the actual design, it's been designed to be constructed of materials to match the adjacent development, so the red brick and the grey framed windows and the sort of cladding here in between the windows. Now, these do not look like attractive elevations, but as I said, this is a deliberate design because these are the elevations that would face the boundary wall and with the adjacent business. I'll show you a slide in a minute which shows the relationship with the neighbours. At least I would if it moved. There. So I thought this would just be useful. So this was the building that was on the site. These are the nearest neighbouring gardens here. So there would be a blank wall of the new building, but this actually is set away from the boundary a bit, and that's the line of the boundary wall. So it's only sort of about 3 metres or so above, and then there's a privacy screen here to prevent any overlooking directly into these gardens. In terms of the relationship with the new development, there would be a gap between the two buildings, and there are windows that would face each other, but in the context, it's not considered that would be so harmful that there won't be so much of a privacy issue to warrant a refusal on that basis. In terms of the other main factors to consider, again, the reason this application is before you is due to a rejection from the highways engineer because there's no parking for these 2 additional flats. The scheme next door was a scheme for 70 flats with 49 parking spaces, which didn't accord with the council's adopted standards, but account was taken of a location which is very accessible with bus routes and the nearby train station and the nearby district centre. So we've had the same consideration here, and also considered the relatively small scale of the units and what a likely small number of additional cars, that would not be a justifiable reason for refusal given the accessible location of the site. So for that reason, the application is recommended for permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trevor Bing.
Hello there. Basically, number one is I'd like to know how you're going to be able to build this now you've built that, the other flats have been built, because obviously the only way I can see in or out is going to be across the pedestrian crossing. Number two is obviously the Caribbean shop's a food shop, and you're talking about putting bin sheds and cycle sheds on the side of a food shop, which I know full well that I wouldn't want to be eaten from a food shop that's got bins and that sheds outside it, as well as obviously we know what bin sheds can smell like, obviously in the summer months. Number two is obviously you've not got on there's actually a fire exit from that shop, which is where you've proposed to put the bin sheds, and the if you actually look on the where they've knocked it down, there's actually a fire exit to the side of the Caribbean shop. So obviously that's another reason. Thirdly, obviously if you're going to put bin sheds where you're saying you want to put them, you tell me where a bus cart's going to stop, because they're going to be stopping on a pedestrian crossing to empty them. Instead of, obviously, if you look at the actual site that you've already built and the room that you've got round the back there, you've got plenty of room for a dust cart to go round the back, and obviously you've got plenty of room to put bin sheds around the back of that property. Now, obviously you've squared off a tiny little bit at the back of that property that I had a quick look at this morning, obviously, and put one little tree in there. Well, why can't you make that the bin sheds? And that obviously the walk-through part, why can't you put grass there and a couple of little trees there instead, and use that as a communal area, instead of obviously putting cycle storage, as well as obviously bin sheds, which, as I say, there is fire exit there to the side of the Caribbean shop that's not shown on your proposal. Obviously, number two is obviously when you've done the noise report on this, you've physically done it in between Christmas and New Year. Obviously, it's saying you've done it the 2nd or the 3rd. Well, obviously, to be honest with you, number one, the Caribbean shop's not been open since the build because of the knocking down the old nightclub, and obviously the damage that was caused by that. Obviously, it's not been able to reopen until last week. So, obviously, the noise report, I just think somebody's taken the mickey, to be honest. A lot of the noise from the wood yard that's there. Obviously, most of their noise is sort of their work tails off in the winter, and the summer months is obviously when it becomes very busy as well as noisy with their compressors and that going off. Where they've got 3 woodyard tables, which obviously they make sheds, fence panels, and all that sort of stuff. They've got now guns firing off left, right, and centre. And as I say, the time of the noise report was completely not when obviously this noise report was done. Obviously, the other part is, as you said, obviously there's no parking. There's enough problems with parking in the area as it is. Yes, you're saying, yes, you can have a bike shed or you can jump on a train, but how many people actually do that? Obviously, you're saying it's 2 flats you're building. Obviously, on one set of drawings that I was looking at when you very first put it in, it says 2 houses on one set of drawings and it says 2 flats on another. So obviously, I was a bit bemused about that. And as I say, it's more to do with obviously the compressors and that firing up, where obviously the timber yard is obviously making sheds and stuff like that. And fourthly, I wouldn't obviously. Is there a law in obviously connecting bin sheds and that to somebody else's property without their say so? I mean, just putting that out there. Do you know what I mean? And thirdly, obviously, I'm not saying that, I mean, I own all of them premises, and I'm not saying that I wouldn't want to maybe demolition the lot and move somewhere where we're not going to get as much grief, because I'm a bit bemused how it was all commercial properties, and now obviously we've already had the flats and that overlooking, which are close enough to build another set of flats even closer. Obviously, without the parking there, we've had enough grief with parking anyway, so we've gone and got our own parking to obviously stop people parking on the pavement outside our garages and stuff like that. And as I say, obviously, if that's connected to my property, if I decided that I wanted to put in planning permission for flats and that in any time soon, then obviously that would stop that as well. So that's me done, thank you.
Yes. That's all.
Thank you, Chair, members of the panel. I'm Matthew Williams from HGP Architects, speaking on behalf of Vivid Housing Association, previously known as First Wessex. We are the largest housing association in Portsmouth with 5,000 homes in the city and 30,000 in Hampshire area. First, I'd like to say that we appreciate the concerns raised by the previous speaker opposing the scheme, but as a developing housing association working mainly in the urban areas, these issues are very much aware of, and we will do everything we can to meet the planning department and officers' recommendations to develop the proposals here today before we take any concerns into account. We have had to address a number of complex issues, and we have had to reduce our development expectations of the site to ensure we have quality compliant scheme. Such matters are dealt with in the officers' report. However, we feel the design development has led to the building a contextual character with respect to setting and adjoining businesses whilst achieving a technically deliverable scheme in a very tight site. The scheme regenerates the last part of a derelict brownfield site which needs housing, thereby protecting a valuable open space and replacing an eyesore with a visual stimulating building. Vivid have secured £160,000 subsidy from Homes England to provide much needed affordable housing on the site to complement the 70 other affordable homes on the main site. As a local organisation and employer, Vivid makes huge efforts to ensure that such developments generate other benefits locally through local employment of labour and tendering agreements with local contractors wherever possible. The scheme is very sustainable, partly because of its situation to main bus routes, making use of derelict brownfield sites, providing cycle storage, and we have low running costs for residents. In terms of providing much needed homes, the scheme will provide 2 more family homes who are currently in housing need, and will give them a chance to make the most of their potential in a great city centre location with access to all services and supports they need. In summary, we consider the scheme before members today is of high quality and that will provide its future residents with exceptional living environment. It is respectfully requested, therefore, the members support the officer's recommendations and grant the planning permission for this approval.
Thank you. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Chair. Members, it gives me no pleasure whatsoever to have to be here to oppose on this occasion putting affordable units into anywhere in this city, but we're not talking about just anywhere in this city. We're talking about the most densely populated council ward in the country outside London, some say in Europe outside London. The original development that was put here was opposed by residents. They were very concerned about the size and mass of the building. I seem to remember that the chair of the planning committee, who was then a committee member, was also concerned about the height and scale of the development and the overlooking into Orchard Road and the impact on those residents who were less than impressed by what was being brought forward. And it's quite clear to me that what we're actually seeing here is an opportunistic piecemeal development. If this site has not existed, the red line around the whole of it is exactly the same as it was. There is no reason why that building could not have been knocked down at the time and enrolled into this development. But the reason it wasn't is because there were already 70 units being proposed and not enough car parking spaces, which was why there was an argument at committee at the time, because it's also surrounded by parking zones. So there is already a shortfall on the site, and now we're proposing to add 2 more flats. So please consider the overall impact on the scheme, which is not even yet fully occupied, before we're adding 2 more units in what by anyone's definition can only be seen to be a rather inaccessible corner of it. The question that relates, for me, that directly relates to the car and access issue is it's all very well to say the station's nearby and it's on a bus route and there's cycle storage. How the hell do people move in and out of those flats? How do they get deliveries? If somebody needed a 3-piece suite to be delivered, the only place for the vehicle to stop is on the pedestrian crossing. It's not been thought through at all. You'd have to lug stuff all the way along pathways, which are by no means convenient. And at the end of the day, in terms of the accessibility, we're basically creating a side passage for people to walk through off one of the busiest roads in Portsmouth. I've sat on this committee for nearly 4 years and heard so many arguments about people wanting to put up sheds at the bottom of gardens and the impact that 10 or 15 centimetres can have on an adjacent property. You've got houses in Orchard Road directly south of those 2 proposed units. That's a double height solid brick wall with no relief in it whatsoever, no windows, nothing. If that was a garage that somebody was proposing to put there, I give it to you members that you would turn it down on the basis that it's too imposing and that the massing of it is too much for in relationship to the neighbouring properties. Yeah, because this is 2 flats that are being proposed, we're supposed to just say, oh well, that's okay then. Well, I don't think it is. The noise report issue brought up by Mr. Bing, if that noise report was done over the Christmas and New Year period, then the very least that this committee needs to do today, members, is defer it and ensure that a noise report is carried out while those businesses are operating and not at the convenience of the applicant. The other issue here, the fire escape, if that is indeed blocking somebody else's fire access, that does need to be looked at, and I did notice that the officers seemed a bit unsure about that particular remark, so I'd like you to please make sure you get some clarity out of that today. Bing's Autos and Arcadia, who are nearby, are long-established local businesses. They've gone along with the fact that this is being built next door to them and put up with it to a point, but I have real concerns that what these 2 units, only 2 units we're talking about here, are actually going to drive out 2 long-established and valued local businesses, particularly in the instance of the one most affected, which is Arcadia, who are very highly regarded for the product that they make locally. To say that it's only 3 metres away from that boundary wall, that the height above it, that is distance, and it's only hanging over that wall by 3 metres. Before it was a pitch roof, and now it's a large mass. would you want to live in that house on Orchard Road, or those houses on Orchard Road, that are now going to be facing a monolithic brick wall just off the end of their gardens? I don't think it's, look at the size of it. It's not remotely acceptable. Before it was a sloped roof, now that's just a big red brick slab you're going to dump at the bottom of somebody's garden. People in Orchard Road are already fed up with the fact that they've got really imposing buildings built nearby, and now you want to add insult to injury by building something even closer and even less attractive. I urge you to turn this down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. If you would now withdraw. And there will be a short break after this, so you will have enough time for... Yes. I thought I'd please him with that one. Questions? Sorry. Can I take Councillor Bernard-Jackson, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Atkins, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Oodie?
I'm all right, I'm good.
You're good?
I might have something at the end if I'm laughing.
No.
Might think of something.
Why not? Okay, Councillor Bernard-Jackson.
Rubbish collection. How's it going to happen? Or are they just going to lob it in the street?
No, my understanding is that there's the rubbish collection for the main development would be through into the car park here. So they could bring them across here.
So
but I did liaise with our waste management. They've raised no objection to this proposal. So they would have said if they didn't think the waste collection was appropriate here.
And so you'd put the bins right at the other end of the development?
Well, no, the development carries on right over here.
Okay. So you're going to expect Amazon and everybody else to come and do exactly the same, as opposed to stop on the pavement or across the cycle lane?
Well, they wouldn't be able to stop on the pedestrian crossing.
People do it all the time.
But I mean,
it's not a day with a Y in it unless somebody stopped on that pedestrian crossing and parked.
Okay, well, there is vehicle access into the main development, which this would be linked with, and, you know, deliveries to these flats here would have exactly the same issue as these flats.
So Steve is right, this is piecemeal development.
It's an addition to this development.
So it's piecemeal development. That's fine.
Might allow her to finish. Do you wish to say anything more on that?
I was only going to say that my understanding was that this piece of land only became available a year or so ago. It wasn't available at the time that the previous development came forward.
Councillor Stubbs.
Firstly, as we got that slide up, can you talk to us a bit more about what's showing just south of Goldsmith Avenue, where you have, well, I originally thought when you started, it looked like a lay-by, doesn't it? But it's not vehicle access. So what is that? And then what are specifically those storage units on the other side in terms of, do they attach to the neighbouring building? Are they actually specified in this planning application, or is this a matter to be dealt with by condition later, or what?
Thank you. Yeah, this is planting, so you won't be able to read the label there. It's part of the landscaping scheme, so it's not a lay-by. This is a location for the bin and cycle stores. We have got a condition for full details of them because they haven't provided elevations as part of this application. I mean, they would be adjacent to the boundary, the actual wall. Whether they would actually butt up right against it would be a matter to be discussed with the owner of this property. I will admit I wasn't aware of a fire escape door. If that is the case, then the condition would allow for the units to be shifted, you know, slightly south if required, or you know, slightly elsewhere on the site. But we have got a condition that would allow us to make some amendments to that position of those stores if required.
Is there anything proposed in terms of site security? Because, you know, obviously you don't want people necessarily off the street walking through the development. So is there any form of gate proposed at the northern end?
Not on this plan, but there is a proposed. We've asked for a landscaping scheme, and this development has put the metal, the kind of black metal railings all the way along. So presumably, you know, they could have some similar sort of boundary treatment. Could come through with that scheme.
Okay, is that something which we would have the option, if we wanted to do it, of adding in as a condition? I don't know if we should or not, but I'm just thinking in general principle, you don't want people, walking through schemes like that. The other question was, which arises from the deputations, is about noise. So there's been references made to a noise report. Could you expand a bit further?
Yeah, I will, yeah. So the noise report was carried out, I think it was 2nd and 3rd of January, and we then received a concern from Mr. Bing about the timing of that survey, which I related back to the applicant and then who went back to noise consultant. They submitted their noise report and considered that they felt that their survey data showed that the predominant noise source there was road noise, and they took account of the design of the units and the presence of the high boundary wall, and felt that that their survey was sufficient to determine that the main noise source was the road traffic noise and that the business wouldn't be so harmful. That was then relayed to our environmental health officers. They fully considered the noise report, and they reached the same conclusion. So this isn't a matter that we've just taken and accepted. I have liaised with the relevant people, including our own internal experts, and they've concurred with the applicant's noise consultant that the way that this is designed and laid out would ensure that there wouldn't be a overly harmful impact on the residents.
Councillor Atkins.
More or less, yeah.
So there was at one time another.
I can't answer the question as to why. I assessed it as it was submitted, and this was the proposal. But we have got condition 9 on page 76 would allow us to consider an alternative positioning and details of those refuse stores, cycle stores, if that was required.
Can we insist on that as part of this application? It is the main place people will walk past straight off a pedestrian crossing. It will be an eyesore, and it's in the wrong place for the rubbish collection when there seem to be alternative locations.
The only thing I was going to say there is it is set back slightly. There is some landscaping here and here. But I do take the point, yes. But as I said, there is a condition there that requires full details to be submitted and approved.
My other question was about parking. Do you know how the spaces in the general car park for the development are allocated? Are they attached to particular flats, or would there be some possibility of the people in these two applying for a space in that wider group if some became available?
My understanding from discussions early on this site is that some are allocated, but not all. And so there could potentially be those discussions, because this would all be owned by the same, by Vivid Homes. So that is a possibility, but it's not something we could have enforced or ensured as part of this application.
Councillor Smythe.
I hate to see us criticising a potentially social and definitely affordable housing scheme, but can I just ask, I don't understand why there's so many bin stores and so many cycle stores down that corridor, because two flats don't need that much. Is it because they're not being adequately provided elsewhere on the site? Incidentally, the site actually goes on, it's 2 blocks, it's not just the 1 block we're seeing. So it's more about whose rubbish is that and where is it?
It is only meant to be for that development. I think maybe just because of they're quite narrow stores shown there, but it's not It's not for the rest of the development, it's for those flats. It's 2 cycle stores and 2 bin stores being shown there.
In the old days, we used to be very concerned about that kind of access, and I'm picking up on what Councillor Stubbs said, which is that anybody seeking to run away from anything that they'd done in the street would go straight into the back of that development. And if I were living in the flats, particularly on the ground floor where they're presumably designed for people with disabilities and vulnerable people on the ground floor, to have miscreants running through the back of the development isn't a very good practice. This is backland development, whatever you say about it. And could I just see the photograph of the back of the Arcadia workshop, please? Because I can't remember how high that was.
Which one, sorry?
No.
No, which one did you...
I wanted to see how high the back of the Arcadia workshop was at the back.
No.
Because... no,
do you mean,
I mean the one that's
do you mean
there.
Here?
Yeah, yes, exactly there.
I haven't got a photo of that building precisely.
I think it's a single-storey building, is what I recall.
I think you can just about see it above the wall.
Yeah, I mean, it does mean, as far as, and I just wanted to check this with you by way of a question, is it the 2-storey block will come out, will be sort of stuck up amongst the gardens and a 1-storey workshop, is that right?
Well, yeah, the new building would go here, where that was. These are the previous buildings that were on the site before they were all demolished. So that's roughly the same location as the new building, but it would be slightly smaller than that. But I think Councillor Pitt correctly said this was a pitched roof, and the new building would have a flat roof. But the relationship with the neighbouring gardens, in terms of sort of outlook, etc., given the length of the gardens, we've assessed that to be not a harmful impact.
Yes, that's one way of looking at it. Thank you. Were there discussions about putting the housing development, if we can go back to the other diagram, yes, that one. I don't know if there are windows on what we can see at the right-hand elevation there of the no, not that one, the elevation overlooking the bins.
Go up, that one there, yeah.
No. Are there windows there?
Oh, yes, yes.
I mean, because another place to put this development would have been, it's only 2 flats, to turn them round and put them facing Goldsmith Avenue. Was that considered?
I think they did consider a few options. I don't think that was ever considered because of the narrow width of this part of the site. And in terms of, designing a building in that gap would have been very difficult given the appearance of the new flats.
It is narrow, but I would have imagined it would have been something that had been discussed. But
The width of the shop, so it's not as narrow as it looks, but it's got a window. And it's got windows to the, yeah.
I mean, this is very... Thank you.
Some further clarification from the officers.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to go back to some of the points not perhaps picked up yet or already talked about, the fire access from the food outlet to the east. I think we've established that there was a building there before, so I don't think there can have been a fire exit onto open land before. So I don't know when and how that fire access out of the side, the west side of that building has appeared. But I suspect that would be a private matter between landowners to try and resolve. And as Rebecca has said, if needed, the bin stores and cycle stores could be adjusted to account for that access, and we could deal with that through the condition for the bins and cycle storage, which should keep everyone happy if that indeed needs to be done. Staying on that side of the development, Councillor Smythe's point about the side windows in the main block, it's not unusual to have bike and bin stores around the perimeter of a development. These aren't occupied yet, so it wouldn't be imposed upon existing occupiers, and we've got the landscape a wide bay there in between, so that would provide distance separation and visual screening, I think, depending on what's put in there, what planting is put in.
The context was I was asking the question about the whether two lots of flats, a two-storey building could have put between those two, rather than necessarily making a point about the bin.
Rebecca answered that, didn't she? On the noise report, I mean, it's a point well made about being sure about when it is done, the time of day, the time of year, etc. I would expect that environmental health colleagues, if they weren't happy with when it was done, would ask for another one, and I would have expected them, knowing about the timber business just to the east, I think they would have anticipated that it would be busier in the summer. A. B. We've got the high brick wall on the eastern boundary of the site that will cut out an awful lot of noise, and the window elevations are to the north and west, i.e. away from that noise source. So the main noise source is the road. So I think our environmental health colleagues have considered that, and that will be adequately dealt with by those physical circumstances. Boundary treatment, was it Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Smythe have asked about that. I think it's a good idea to consider further. Could we have some, unless Rebecca shakes her head at me, could we consider some treatment across the front there at the gateway being formed? It may well be advantageous aesthetically and with respect to security of the site, that part of the site. So if we could put on an extra condition if members wish to do that, to address that at least.
I was just going to say it could either be an extra condition or it could be incorporated into the landscaping condition.
Could they put a couple of trees down there as well?
We have the landscaping condition, so we will consider any mix of vegetation that will be appropriate. And then lastly, I don't think members have picked this up, but Councillor Pitt certainly did, the effect of the rear elevation of the two flats on the housing to the south. It's a fair point. A lot of local authorities have distance separation standards. Portsmouth we don't, probably because, I'm guessing, because of our densely developed city, and where if we had the typical 12.5 metres that other authorities have between a windowed rear elevation and a flank wall, a lot of development existing or proposed would fail that, and we, as members know, we make adjustments to consider depending on whether the site is one of the northern suburbs, which are a bit more spacious, or down on Portsea Island. Yeah, and here it's, I mentioned 12.5 because here the distance separation is 14 metres. It is to the north, so it wouldn't affect direct sunlight. So I would say it's a fair point, obviously, but I think that's a normal relationship, an expected relationship in this part of Portsmouth, hence why we haven't raised a concern with that.
There was one more point that I don't think has been picked up on, which was the construction access, and I was just going to make a point that there is a condition on there, because I think you probably remember when the buildings were demolished, there was a temporary relocation of the pedestrian crossing. So the same would have to happen again, and our highways engineer has been very clear about that. And there is a construction management plan condition that would require all those details to be agreed before any works took place.
Councillor Stubbs, you had another question.
Well, only that during some of the answer we just had from officers that Mr. Bing was indicating, which I think has got additional information about the fire escape, and from my perspective I think it would be useful to hear that.
So I've got a letter from Vivid Homes when they went to
Keith, you have a further question.
Thank you, Chair. We can't see the whole of the site here, but is there a danger that if we give permission for this backland development, that there'll be applications for putting more of those little units taking over the car parking spaces at the back of the main building? Because you could actually put another 4 or 5 in if you sacrificed quite a lot of car parking spaces at the back of the new development.
I think my only answer to that would be that we'd have to assess any application on its merits, and loss of parking would be a consideration if that was ever to come forward. But it is it's a relatively tight site, and most of the back bit, as you just said, is taken up by parking. So I'd say it's quite a limited opportunity to put anything else back there.
I'm afraid, due to a slight infection I have, I'm going to call a 2-minute recess. Okay. My problem, sorry. Apologies to the deputies.
Okay. Could we, can we propose conditions that's beyond what we can do with conditions that would close the access from Goldsmiths Avenue entirely and move the bin storage and cycle sheds? Or would we have to turn the application down?
I don't think it would be reasonable to close that access entirely. It's only proposed to be pedestrian access, so and there is potential it could be gated. So I don't think it would be reasonable for it to be closed, because that would be the quickest route from anyone walking along Goldsmith Avenue to get to their flats.
Question from the Chair. Following up Councillor Pitt's deputation about the what is facing Orchard Road, what is the height of that blind wall?
Existing wall?
What is proposed?
Oh, 6.2 metres.
Right. Another question.
Just to follow up on your question, Chair, is that more or less than the pre-existing buildings before they were knocked down?
I can't tell you for sure. I believe in terms of the ridge height it's probably similar, but because the other one was pitched and this one's flat, so.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Comment?
Yes.
Can I propose refusal on several grounds? I have a real concern about that entrance. I think PCS 23 says that we should be designing it, should reduce crime by design. This would appear to do the exact opposite. This has all the hallmarks of something that would become a mecca for antisocial behaviour and crime. Just opposite the pedestrian crossing, and with places for people to hide and get out on the other end of it. We've learned from crime that you don't want circular accesses in and out, that you want a single access, otherwise people use it for things they shouldn't do. And the design of this seems to be entirely... I don't think you could design it better if you wanted to encourage crime. This would seem to me to be a magnet for drugs dealing that we're designing in, and I don't think we should be doing that. I think the road safety issues are clear. People will stop over the pedestrian crossing because their sat-nav will tell them that's where it is. If you could do a complete closure of a wall across that, then you might address some of that, but we can't do that because that'd be such a big change. I'm concerned about the overlooking. I think PCS 23 also talks about excellent architectural design and creation of new views. What we're doing is creating a 20-foot blank brick wall for people to look at in, I don't know whether it is Starlag 49 or whatever they were trying to recreate here, but it is really very, very, very poor design. I am loath to criticise anything that's social housing because it's so desperately needed. And if there was a proposal that came back that that looked at a wider area and came back with a comprehensive design, then I think that would be very sensible to look at. But this is just squeezing something in for the point of it. I've got real worries in terms of PCS 17 in terms of road safety. I just think this is creating and encouraging dangerous behaviour on the road, which will put cyclists, pedestrians and car users at risk, but particularly cyclists and pedestrians. We know Goldsmith Avenue is narrow. We'd like to have it wider, but there just isn't the space. I think there are lots and lots of reasons to turn this down. I joked I had 73 reasons, but I've probably got fewer than that. But I can't see any benefit for the community apart from it being social housing for this coming forward. So I'm happy to suggest that we turn this down using PCS 23 and PCS 17 as reasons for doing so.
Thank you. Does that have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Udi. Other comments, members, please? Councillor Udi, since you are seconding, you come.
This is quite weird, really, because we're all saying that we want some more social housing.
Definitely.
Massively on the whole, I'll bring up some design issues because I don't know why we're building it's affordable housing, it's not social housing, that looks so bloody drab and awful along the side of a main road when you're coming into Fratton train station. Like, hey, look at this building. I think it's awful. I think we've moved on with architecture and like we're not getting there, are we, at all? And then banging that house, that whatever it is in the back, 2 flats? It looks massive for 2 flats, right? It looks like you could fit like 6 flats in that building in general. I don't know why it's just 2 flats, because it looks like it could be 2 houses easily. I think things would change. I think planning permission would come in and then would have loads of minor adjustments to the scheme. We'll be back and forth here. Problems with the waste disposal. If someone works in a ward with quite a lot of social housing and bins that are quite hard to get to, any minor inconvenience for Biffa to not pick up any form of waste, and they will not do it, and because it's run by a housing association, people kind of have this view that it doesn't really matter too much because I have it really badly in my ward when there's a lot of social housing, and rubbish just won't be picked up because the distance that people have to walk with bins is unreal. Biffa would not like it. They would not do it. No way. They would not pick it up. And then you'd have casework for the ward councillors because they will be continuously phoned up by residents. I'm surprised they're probably not even getting it already because I know there's things leased in there. And this is the second time that highways have thrown up an objection, and I'm just wondering, do you even need them anymore because no one's listening to them at all? Sorry, I'm getting airy, but I've not spoken today. I think I'm venting out at this point. But we should be listening to highways because Uber drivers especially, and I brought this up with a previous application, the old Labour Club, that people will just stop. Uber will stop. Uber Eats will stop. Deliveroo will stop. They won't go round because it will come up on their sat-nav to get to those flats on Goldsmith Avenue and not round the corner where the car park is. So they'll just stop on the crossing, put their hazards on, whatever it's called, that is hazards, that's the right one, and they'll just run up there and try and deliver some food. And also I am concerned about the businesses around the area. The Caribbean shop, for instance, is a nice cultural addition to the area that's really quite popular food-wise and is well used, and I feel like it's already been detrimental on the businesses and it'll only get worse again. So thanks, Councillor Bennett-Jackson, I support your refusal.
Councillor Stubbs, then Councillor Adkins.
Thank you. I mean, it's, I'm not bowled over by this application, and I have a great deal of sympathy with what's been said and the various concerns raised. It's one of these ones where it's a bit of a boundary case, and I was sitting here thinking, well, you know, should I indicate whether to second Councillor Vernon Jackson's proposal or should I propose something else? I'm going to see what the officer's reaction is to this, but Councillor Vernon Jackson gave a list of reasons why this is a problem, but of course we also have to be mindful that as this is an affordable housing scheme, there's grants available and there's time limits on these things and so on. So whether we could basically take all of the things that Councillor Vernon Jackson said and defer on those grounds to see whether any movement can be achieved.
Referral.
I am subject to the officers telling me that's something we can plausibly do.
You can defer it so long as you have the grounds, and if the grounds are the same as those being proposed for rejection, that would be perfectly adequate. Councillor Adkins.
Well, interestingly enough, I was going to attempt, so as Luke's goes, some means of rescuing this application, because for me, I could live with the highways concerns, although I'm concerned by it, because I think it would be quite unrealistic to live in these flats and own a car, and if you did, I think the only way to do it would be by agreeing with Vivid Homes' use of their larger car park. So I can see sense in building these for people who either don't have cars or would apply for some scheme to get hold of a space in the main car park. And there's nowhere really nearby to park a car, and since you can't get a car near it, I suspect they would mainly be owned by people who don't have them. In terms of I think obviously they're rather put upon residents to the south are suffering slightly again in terms of the large brick wall, but again I think I could live with that on the basis it's not considerably worse than the view they had with the previous commercial properties. But I do think that the issues with the access from Goldsmith Avenue attracting crime being directly opposite a pedestrian crossing and attracting people stopping in that location are too serious not for some quite strong means of addressing them. So if it's not possible to propose a condition which would entirely shut that access, I would try and propose one that would grant only access to the residents of that particular new block. Could we do that? So that the only people who would have access via that gate would be the two families living in that new block. And secondly, I still think that is it possible by condition to require the relocation of those bins and bike sheds to a location nearer to where the collection point for refuge would be, or at least nearer onto the south side of the development itself, nearer to the actual flat. And if we could impose restrictions on the basis of those two conditions, I would propose approving the application.
As I see it from the chair, there is no disagreement about the issues here. The issues are that of sited design from the point of view of public safety, of road safety, of the location of bins and the general layout. So there is a set of issues there. The second issues are concerning a bulk and design of the flats, especially with regard to the high blind wall at the rear of those flats. Now, is that correct for members? Is there anything which I have misrepresented?
Well, Chairman, I think there's the other bit of it is the backland piecemeal nature of it. Oh, sorry. The other bit of it is the backland piecemeal nature of it, that this comes in at the end of something that's already been designed and you shoehorn something in.
I think that is hardly a planning consideration. It could come under site layout, I think. Councillor Smythe.
I would like to echo that. I think the backland development argument is quite strong. I personally don't think the big blank wall is a strong thing at all. I have the same at my house, and it affords us a delicious privacy in our garden, rather than lots of people having other people's windows looking over their gardens in Portsmouth. So I wouldn't find that one difficult, and it's a wall that's with a north. It's the north wall. But for me, it's the precedent of the backland and what this might do for other. And I absolutely understand that we don't make decisions based on what we think the precedent might be. But I think if you look along Goldsmith Avenue, in a sense, we haven't got big enough maps to see this. But this is, those of us who lived in Southsea for a long time will have been watching this development unfolding for years, because it's always been, there are quite a number of businesses along that road that where there is potential for development, and this is this kind of small, scrappy bit of infill as far as I'm concerned.
Did Councillor Atkins second the deferral motion?
Yes. You did formally second the proposal for deferral, Councillor Atkins?
I thought about alternatives. I would second the proposal for deferral. I would second the proposal for deferral if what I want to achieve can't be achieved with conditions, to see if the applicant would be willing to make changes, or if the officers can work with the applicant to make changes. Otherwise, I would, if I could propose with conditions that would achieve what I wanted, I would, but I'm not sure I can.
I doubt whether we could make sufficient sets of conditions on the hoof. It would probably, in those circumstances, be best to go for deferral.
Yes, then I would be happy to second deferral.
Well, we can provide some advice.
Advice from the officers before we proceed.
Thank you, everyone. Going backwards, on the issue of piecemeal or backland development, that is not a reason in itself to refuse a planning application. It's the effects of a development that may be at the front or the back of a site that's important. So that's what we need to determine this on, not just because it is at the back or has come later. Rebecca has explained, as it happens, why it has come later. But are you happy with it as it stands for the various issues that have come up? So public safety, absolutely. That doesn't need to be a reason for refusal. That can be conditioned very simply with extension of the boundary railings that are already there on the front of the development across that gap with a gate. Access controlled. I don't think we can condition it only to be for those two flats as a council asked for. I think that would be up to the site owner to deal with that. But I think access control where members of the public couldn't get in, it's not an unlocked gate, it's got a fob or a key or a code, I think would deal with that issue. Can we move the bins? As Rebecca has pointed out, we have discussed those bins and the bike store with our waste management services. They were happy with the development in respect of dealing with that through the back of the site or onto the front. It is 2 flats only, just to remind members. Is it 4? It is 2, yes. And the other 2 issues, road safety. I think a general comment, understand the concern about different people stopping perhaps there. I don't know how sat-nav works and so on in that respect. But I think it's hard to refuse a scheme on potential behaviour of road users. You know, the road laws exist in another way to control that, and that's what we would have to rely upon. I would see some difficulty with that reason being sustained at appeal, if that came up. And lastly, the view of the residents to the south. I've explained how the distance separation is more than many councils seek. It is on the north side as well. Councillor Smythe thinks it's actually good from point of view you haven't got any overlooking. Whether or not members would want to see some treatment of that wall. At the moment it's a masonry plain brick wall. Whether or not you think some sort of well designed but subtle treatment of that wall in terms of other sorts of brickwork or pattern might assist a little bit. I think it's probably just left well alone with a well constructed choice of brick and mortar as a smart building at the end of a garden. But given Portsmouth's densely developed population and an area, that is a normal relationship, and you can see much closer relationships than that all across the city. So I think we can address some of the issues through conditions, the security issue by a new boundary condition, or putting that in with a landscape condition. The bins layout with respect to the fire escape next door can be brought up with the applicant through the existing condition. And road safety I don't think can be addressed by condition. Members have to make their mind up about that. And the scale of the flats I think is acceptable in with normal bounds. I hope that's helpful.
The officers have therefore suggested that the reasons which have been adduced, the issues which have been raised and the reasons adduced for referral or for rejection may be met by condition. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you. And from memory, the railings at the front of the overall development here are about a metre high, so they're continuing that along just means something you youngsters can easily jump over. So and putting a gate in with a fob water, we know from experience that they get broken really fast. So the only thing that's going to stop is something at least 2 metres high and where there is no gate. So something that can't be broken, can't be battered in and can't be jumped over. So the only thing that might address that is at least a 2 metre high fence with no ability for people to get through. But of course that then blocks, that would mean the fire escape is more difficult, which gives yet another reason just to turn it down.
I would just say that the development that's been built, we haven't insisted on any of the access there being sealed off.
No, but this is you're designing crime in right from the beginning. You didn't in the previous one.
Right. Can I have Mr. Maguire wishes to make some comments about your...
I think it's absolutely essential, thank you Chairman, that I make it perfectly clear. The building that was on this site has been demolished, so consequently a landscaping solution will be created for this site by the landowner.
Yep.
So it will have a landscape treatment upon the frontage. A 1 metre high fence and gate will discourage people from coming in. Yes, it's scalable. A 2 metre fence is scalable. A 10 metre fence is scalable should people wish to commit crime. It is always a matter of judgment. You will be entirely unable to sustain a reason for refusal that this is unresolvable from a crime management issue, and it has to have an impenetrable 2 metre fence when the rest of this site, all the way down to the open access to the car park at the rear, has a 1 metre fence or no fence at all. It will be a profoundly inconsistent approach to landscaping and represent extremely poor design. Consequently, members, it is your choice, as always, that you will not survive a reason for refusal by saying that is creating an insurmountable problem with crime.
But in which case we'll very happily help you in to write the report, because it is clear and obvious to anybody that it is designing in crime, and I'm sure we can help planning officers if they're not able to do that work.
So we're perfectly capable of writing the report. We are here to provide you professional advice, and I have done so. Clearly you are able to disagree with the advice and come to your own conclusions, but that will not change the position of officers. As I said, the bin stores, etc., perfectly capable of moving that as well, should you feel that is necessary. Officers don't agree. The design of the building, the scale of the wall, the appearance of the wall, all of those those are subjective design decisions entirely within your gift to make a decision and do so. And you may be able to defend that on appeal because design is at its core a subjective judgment. So officers, frankly, full and final advice is design of the building. Of course, you can make a decision on that. You will not be able to sustain any form of defensible reason for refusal, saying that it must be refused on a crime issue because officers can advise you that it's resolvable by planning condition, and consequently a refusal on that basis will be unreasonable and you're likely to have costs awarded against you.
Can I also ask members would have the courtesy to let the officers conclude before they interrupt? Yes.
I would just add to that the fire escape access rights will be a private law matter between the landowners, not something you can take into account here.
Councillor Atkins.
On the basis of the advice given, I'm happy to propose accepting the officer's report with the additional condition requiring gated access across the entranceway. And as I understand it, the existing condition also requiring some resolution to the fire escape problem. Yeah?
So you're proposing the officers'
report with the additional condition as described.
Additional conditions to deal with the issues which you have raised. Yeah?
There's only the issue of access with the gated access.
Oh, the gated access. No other...
The officer advised that an existing condition was sufficient to deal with fire safety.
Is there a seconder? I will formally second that then, so that it may be considered. Instead, where does that leave the seconding of deferral? Do you withdraw that?
I'll withdraw the seconding of the deferral. Let's make an absolute decision.
Okay. In which case, we have two propositions before us, unless anybody wishes to make any further comment, which is that Councillor Vernon Jackson, seconded by Councillor Udi, asked us to reject the officer's recommendation on grounds of PCS 23 and PCS 17. And we have Councillor Atkins, seconded by the Chair, suggesting we accept the officer's recommendation together with the conditions which the officers have suggested may be modified to meet the concerns about access and, so far as is possible, about the site design.
Just to be clear as well, I think I have significant concerns about the transport safety as well. But I couldn't find the PCS that did that, but I'm sure somebody... It's 17 as well.
PCS
Lovely.
17, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. We move to a vote on this. Take them in the order that they were suggested. Those in favour of rejection, proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Udi, please show. 3. Those against, please show. 1. Right, in which case, members, you have rejected that application on the grounds of PCS 17 and PCS 23. Thank you. There will now be a 15-minute recess. May I thank the deputies for their deputations. Thank you for coming up, members. Just to inform you that Mr. Turner is now providing the officer support, and we will now move on to 99 Victoria Road Southsea. Right. "99 Victoria Road South. Can I have the officer's report, please?"
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. The application relates to a two-storey property located to the east of Victoria Road South in a residential area. The application proposes the formation of a drop curb, partial demolition of a front brick wall to facilitate parking space with associated landscaping. The proposed plans show the retention of the arch pathway to the frontage of the bay window, the omission of one number tree to be... Okay, sorry. Slightly quiet. The proposed plans show the retention of the arch pathway to the frontage of the bay window, the omission of one tree to be replaced with two, the electric charging point, however this is noted that it could be facilitated under permitted development, and the pedestrian access. So these are the site visit photos which establish that the boundary wall is not original and that there has been some damage caused by the tree. The proposed plans show a symmetrical frontage with a 3-metre gap and a tree either side of the entrance. The photos show the surrounding area where there's limited boundary treatment along the east side of Victoria Road South. The proposal has sought to retain as much boundary treatment as possible whilst also addressing highway safety to ensure the design is both functional and aesthetically pleasing given the wider surrounding conservation area. Having regard to all material considerations, raised representations and planning policy, it is concluded that the development would be acceptable.
Thank you. Members, questions? Councillor Stubbs.
Just one, and I know years ago, I don't know if it's still the case, 10 years ago maybe, we had a policy about no new accesses onto the classified road network. I remember a long time ago an application up in Hilsey, for an entrance there, which officers opposed. And so I just wanted to clarify, because I don't recall, what the local plan says about accesses to Main Road and whether it's a presumption in favour or a presumption against.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd have to leaf through the local plan to double check for you, Councillor. My guess would be there's neither presumption in favour or against. I don't know the history, each on its own merits, and we've got our transportation comments in front of us.
There used to be a presumption against, but that was quite a while back.
We have, in my recollection, on this road, both accepted and rejected, depending on the nature, where exactly it was on the road. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Yeah, just following on from that, there was a case that I had in my ward on Goldsmith Avenue, where somebody wanted exactly this, to be able to have off-street car parking, but because it was a classified road, they had to have planning permission. The advice from the highways engineer was refusal. On the basis it was, because you either have to back into it or back out of it onto the classified road, and they went to appeal, and so it was turned down. The resident went to appeal, and their appeal was turned down again because the council's policy was against any additional entrance or exits, particularly ones where you have to reverse in or out onto a classified road. So I'm presuming that the highways engineer's report has reflected that, which it hasn't.
The highways comments are in full in the committee report.
Yep.
We had amended plans and we reconsulted upon those. So the amended plans are what we're going forwards with the 3 metre gap and the parking provision space, which highways are all happy with.
But personally, I'm completely overjoyed for the person on Goldsmith Avenue, because it means they'll be able to come back and be able to get their off-street car parking as well, because we've removed that objection.
What I would say, Councillor, is, of course, each on its own merits. So without knowing the merits and particular circumstances, the particular location on Goldsmith Avenue, certainly this site, it's starting to narrow down as you're moving south towards the jump with Marmion Road. But Victoria Road South is a wide road, and as you can see from the highways officer, he's looked carefully at visibility and so on. So without an objection from him in terms of reversing out and visibility, etc., we have to. Well, he is happy with it, so there doesn't appear to be a highways reason to refuse.
A question from the Chair, then one from Councillor Pitt. The proposal is to replace a large bay tree with 2 other trees. Do we know what genus of tree they will be?
So in the officer report, we have denoted that they will be a rowan or something similar or along those lines. The condition says that a tree, if different to a rowan, will be specified size and given to us before.
It'll therefore be brought before the arboricultural officer as anything other than a rowan?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Councillor Pitt.
Yes, can we have a look at the picture of what's proposed? Okay, so there's a picture of existing and proposed showing a tree being replaced by 2 trees that look identical, or actually a bit bigger than the existing tree, whereas the reality will not be that, will it? So I'm wondering if there's a way of us conditioning this to ensure that what's not put there is 2 whips that would take 10 years to even remotely look like that, and probably 20 to replicate what's there now. I'm particularly keen that as an authority we don't plant whips wherever possible, and we don't plant really immature trees, especially if somebody's going to have to get used to reversing on and off the site. It's quite likely they won't see it and hit it. So are we able to ask for a certain amount of maturity?
The condition does actually state that the species and size shall be submitted to us prior to putting anything in.
In that case, Simon, what would we normally ask for?
I think it would depend on the circumstances of each site. The younger the tree is, the better it adjusts to the conditions. You take an older tree, it's more likely to fail, so you have to be very careful in terms of managing an older tree that you put in because of the disruption. It's set in its ways, if I can put it that way. So our tree officer would give us arboricultural advice on A, the species, and B, the root ball size, the diameter, the width, etc. So we'd take the best advice from the tree officer.
So could I then suggest that what we ask for is a tree that is as mature as the tree officer would find acceptable, rather than just that we put in a couple of little trees? They get damaged so often that if we just ask for the tree officers not to accept the minimum but the maximum, because basically anything up to 8 years old will be fine, but I'm not suggesting we go and put 2 20-year-old trees in there.
Thank you. We'll do a file note to that effect. Thank you.
I don't want to be nasty because that could be misread, but and we don't have a traffic engineer here, do we?
No.
This is a really dangerous junction because you have people coming south turning right into Marmion Road, quite often not seeing people at the pedestrian crossing, and this is really close up to that junction. I'm concerned not having a traffic engineer here to be able to question, because we haven't got anybody to answer technical stuff about traffic dangers.
Thank you, Councillor. would hope that the advice in the report is good enough. I would simply add that it is on a slight curve, from recollection, on the outside curve of the curve, and approaching from the north, moving south towards the sea. The visibility, I think, is quite good, because if we go to one of the slides, please, Summer. Yes, that one. So the middle slide shows the run of 4 or 5 houses to the immediate north that have a general absence of boundary treatment, which means I suspect it may be difficult to cars to park there. I don't know, because they'll be blocking driveways. So I think if you're travelling from the left to right, i.e. south, you've got a good visibility of an emerging car, and clearly the transportation officers looked at the speeds, the visibility, the width of the access, so it would appear to be, in his judgment, safe.
So my worry is, looking at those pictures, is on the picture on the top right, it's the bit just after, because it's the big tree that's coming out, isn't it? It's just after that is the shop on the corner, where people, because I think this is the last house, or the penultimate house, before the shop on the corner, and people coming out of St Vincent Road. It's a very busy crossroads. I'm reassured by your picture, the bottom picture, and I suppose we should be encouraging off-street car parking wherever possible. Can I ask, I'm presuming that there's a condition here that what goes in is a permeable membrane to allow absorption of rainwater, so it's therefore, because at the moment if it's a garden it absorbs rainwater when it rains, and we don't want to put more hard standings in that are impermeable, because that increases the risk of flooding.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll just check on the plan's annotation. As it happens, I believe it's the applicant's intention to be as sustainable as possible.
Yeah, sure.
As it happens. We're just checking on... Yeah, our recollection, sorry, we can't see it, but from recollection it was permeable, etc. And we can certainly... Yeah, if you would like to, we could impose that upon the applicant by way of condition.
It needs to be everywhere, and if it's a national condition anyway, it doesn't hurt to do it twice. But in a city with the sewage system that we have, not encouraging more runoff when it rains, and particularly going to the Southern Interceptor, is a very sensible thing for us to do.
Councillor Jackson, may I refer you to the third paragraph on page 97. 79. New hard standing, gravel with sustainable urban drainage system and a footpath.
Okay.
Well, first a quick comment. The house in the immediate south appears to me to have the ability to have off-street parking as well. Yeah. But I was also, did we confirm whether or not we have a default position of yes? I appreciate that the highways engineers in this specific case raised no particular comment, but did we confirm whether or not there would normally be a presumption one way or the other? There's no possibility the highways engineer is mistaken here and has missed that.
Yeah, I can't actually answer that question, and we're relying on Councillor Stubbs' memory, which is fine. I'm a bit surprised by that policy. I've not come across that before, if it was correctly said to be that in the past. I'd always return to the same mantra, each on its own merits, and for the reasons we've discussed, clearly the highways officer is quite happy with it. I'll just add that the pavement is also wide, so that also assists with the visibility of drivers before the car is fully off the park.
And finally, it's not a consideration, is it, just in terms of we do want to increase parking, off-street parking is good, but it looks from the pictures that one off-street space here is going to result probably in the loss of 2 on-street spaces, but it's not relevant, is it?
I think is it 3 metres wide, the gap, so that's, I would say, was only one off-street space on its own.
Practical effect because it's continuous line of
sides
that will leave 2 sort of foot wide gaps.
Pros and cons and balance.
I think because of the problem being so close to the main junction, I think it's double yellows anyway to try to make sure that there are fewer collisions anyway.
I was looking at the satellite picture that went too far.
So that, okay, my apologies.
Further questions, comments, members?
I'm happy to propose this. If it's going to mean that more people can get off-street car parking, that's a great thing for people, particularly in Milton, and we'll be coming back with another application in Goldsmith Avenue very quickly to be able to overturn the previous decision.
Do I have a seconder?
I'm happy to second it, because I believe the only reason this is at committee is because it's the councillor's application anyway, so I'm happy to second it.
Any further comments? Now move to the vote. Those in favour, please show. That is unanimous. Could somebody go and ask Councillor Smythe to come back in?
Well, we can ask her as we leave, because it's Lou's application next.
Yes, okay.
Because Richard leaves husband with a candidate to your ward, there is a risk.
There is a risk, but I have suggested that I am not prejudiced in this one way or the other.
So Lee's husband Richard stood as a running mate with Hugh to be elected in Hugh's ward, and because there's you have to be careful about.
My view is that I don't think strictly you and Councillor Smith need to leave.
I think Hugh would be.
Doesn't mean you're necessarily.
I think Hugh would be very wise to leave.
I am not going to take my own.
What does being a running mate entail?
It doesn't entail any financial consideration whatsoever. Before we come to the officer's report on 20 Pretoria Road, Southsea, the legal advisor would wish to give a statement.
Thank you. You'll notice that Councillors Vernon Jackson and Pitt have withdrawn on the basis that they know the applicant, the councillor, and is a member of their party, as is the chair in this instance. So I just want to lay out the common law test for bias, which seems to be the grounds on which Councillor Vernon Jackson and Pitt have withdrawn, and that is whether the fair-minded and informed observer, having considered the facts, would conclude that there was a real possibility that the tribunal was biased. Now, the facts, as I see them, are that a member has submitted an application to confirm whether or not he enjoys permitted development rights, and that's the application before the tribunal, or the committee that we have today. That member is not present for the item, and the law is quite clear that he should not be. That's a big tick. That is, the law is very clear on that. Other members of his political group are present, as I say, the chair in this instance. Two of the members have expressed discomfort with participating in the item, and the planning committee is a politically balanced committee, but it discharges its functions apolitically. So there is no, but you certainly shouldn't be voting along party political lines. Now, if how I sort of resolve this is that if the fair-minded observer, knowing all the facts, were to conclude that all members of the same party were inclined to vote one way, they would, by the same token, draw the conclusion that all members of the opposition parties would vote the other way. That would make it almost impossible for the committee to determine such applications that members are ultimately submitting, but also expected to determine as well, and that would be contrary to Parliament's intention. As I say, 2 members have expressed discomfort with sitting on the item and have shown clear regard for transparency and are entitled to withdraw on the item, although I do not say that they are under a legal obligation to do so. If the Chair were also minded to withdraw, and I reiterate that I don't believe he needs to, the Vice Chair could chair the item and the committee would have the minimum quorum of 4 members.
Are members comfortable that I remain in the chair? Thank you. Can I have the officer's report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So this is an application for a proposed lawful development certificate for works involving a rear dormer, 2 front roof lights and a side window at the 2nd floor. So the application site is a 2-storey semi-detached house on the southern side of Pretoria Road. Let me just quickly clarify what a proposed lawful development certificate is, as typically they don't come to planning committee. It's not strictly a planning application, but rather a legal view and decision as to whether or not the proposed works are lawful, insofar as they comply with the relevant permitted development criteria within the GPDO, and permitted development rights have not otherwise been removed. So planning considerations are not taken into account. This lawful development certificate is being considered purely because the applicant is a councillor. So here are the existing and proposed plans. You can see the 2 proposed roof lights in the front elevation, the rear dormer also shown side on from both sides, and a single window within the 2nd floor. So this is proposed to be obscure glazed fully and fixed shut up to 1.7 metres, which is required in the GPDO as a condition as well. These are just the existing and proposed floor plans, so they just outline that an additional floor is going to be created as a result of the dormer and the roof lights. So it's just 1 bedroom with an ensuite. Doesn't need to be shown, and that doesn't need permission in itself. Here are the photos of the relevant elevations. So top left, you've got the rear elevation where the dormer would be present. Right, you've got this part of the side elevation on the east where the window would be, and then the front elevation where the 2 roof lights would be in this roof slope. The relevant parts of the General Permitted Development Order in this instance are classes B and C of Part 1, Schedule 2, which relate to roof enlargements and alterations, including dormers and glazing. The criteria of these are clearly laid out within the officer's report, so I won't run through them extensively, but generally the proposed dormer is well sited within the rear roof slope and within the dimensions and size permitted. The side window is obscure glaze and on-opening below 1.7 metres, and the front roof lights do not protrude by more than 15 centimetres. All the works otherwise comply with all the remaining criteria. Otherwise, the property is not listed. There's not an Article 4 direction removing the permitted development rights, and from checking the planning history, there's no evidence that condition has removed permitted development rights either. Officers are therefore satisfied that the lawful development certificate for proposed works can be granted. There are no conditions to consider because, as mentioned, this is a lawful development certificate, not a planning application, and it's not necessary or possible to attach conditions which are stipulated within the GPDO anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Do members have any questions? Councillor Atkins.
To clarify, we don't really have any discretion on this at all, do we? So it's barely even a decision we're making.
Correct. It complies with the General Permitted Development Order, therefore it is lawful in our recommendation to you.
Do I have any comments? Councillor Smythe?
I was about to observe that this is about us being reassured that there's compliance. And if we have read the document, then I'm with Councillor Atwell that there would be nothing much we can do about it anyway. And I think it's very different from a planning application because it's not a matter of decision. It was an optional decision of the applicant to put in this application to get this certificate. Is that right?
Yes, it's a determination of fact and law and rights that are enjoyed under the General Permitted Development Order from 2015. So, as you say, that facts and law are summarised in the report, and the recommendation follows accordingly.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to add to that, yeah, there's not a requirement for an applicant to submit a proposal for development certificate. They may only wish to do so to give them absolute certainty that what is proposed is permitted development. But if they were confident anyway, then they could undertake the words without notifying the planning authority.
Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Atkins.
I mean, we've got a long list of criteria that have to be met, and let's face it, without, sitting down and working through this for some hours, we have no idea sitting here whether this extension is more or less than 50 cubic metres and all the rest of it. We don't know that. I mean, what I would like to be able to propose, but I'm not sure that I can, is to delegate the decision back to officers, because, we can't even assess those things. We haven't really got the means of doing that, not without spending a great deal of time. And our role on this authority isn't to the council officers anyway. The officers are the officers.
That is a proposition to delegate the decision on this to the officers. Is there a seconder for that?
Well, I'd recommend that a decision is made today for efficiency. Indeed, Councillor, you can't physically measure and so on, but we've set out, we've done all that for you. We've made it easy for you. You wouldn't normally see these, of course, because unless there are objections or something like that, which are unusual, it's simply become because it's a councillor's application. But otherwise, it's a straight matter of fact, essentially.
Councillor Atkins.
I'd like to propose the officer's report, as much as it would give me pleasure to decline the allocation just for the sheer amusement. I'll propose the officer's report.
Okay, the officer's report has been proposed. Councillor Smythe?
I'm qualified for seconding it.
And you're qualified to second it. Okay.
I'm qualified.
In which case, can I see those in favour of the officer's report? That is carried without abstention, without objection. NEMCON.
Councillor Mason, Chair, sorry, I'm going to send my apologies now. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go. Bye.
Would you tell the two guys outside that they can
I might do, why not? You need them for core now. What is core at 4?
It is core at 4.
What is it?
4.
And the chair is one of us.
Take the rubbish and I'll get them back in. Have fun.
Are you sleeping off?
So would you move that chair? I can have to change the chair. Yep.
We now come to 69 Wadham Road, Portsmouth. Change of use from purposes falling within C3 dwelling house or C4 house in multiple occupation to a sui generis 7-bedroom, 7-person house in multiple occupation. There are no deputations. So can I have the officer's report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. This application seeks planning permission for the change of use from a Class C3 dwelling house or C4 house of multiple occupation to a 7-bedroom, 7-person, sui generis, larger HMO. The application refers to 69 Wadham Road, a 2-storey mid-terrace dwelling house with rooms within the roof space. It's located on the southern side of Wadham Road. The surrounding area is characterised by rows of terrace properties of a similar design. The dwelling is set back from the highway by a front forecourt and features a rear garden for the storage of waste and recycling. Based on the information held by the City Council of the 73 properties within a 50-metre radius of the application site, 5 have been identified as HMOs, As the property is already in use as a HMO, the granting of this application would maintain the percentage of HMOs within the area at 6.84% and under the 10% threshold. Further, the proposal would not result in 3 or more HMOs being adjacent to one another, nor would it result in any residential property being sandwiched between 2 HMOs. Therefore, the community is considered to not already be imbalanced by a concentration of HMOs, and this application would not result in an imbalance. The property would comprise of two bedrooms, each with their own ensuite, a combined kitchen and lounge at ground floor level, 3 bedrooms, each with their own ensuite at first floor level, and 2 bedrooms, one with its own ensuite and a shower room in the roof space. The HMO SPD sets out the size standards for larger HMOs. It's acknowledged the communal space by itself is under the size standard. However, the SPD sets out where bedrooms are over 10 square metres, the communal area can be reduced. In this case, all of the bedrooms are over 10 square metres, and as such it's considered that a reduced communal area is acceptable based on this balanced judgment. The property is therefore considered to provide an adequate standard of accommodation for 7 persons sharing. So that's the existing floor plans. These above, you can see some photos taken of the site earlier this month. This is the kitchen area. This is the small living space that's attached to it. Out the back you can see the rear of the property and the shower room. One of the bedrooms on first floor level and one of the bedrooms within the roof space. Another one of the bedrooms on first floor level and another photo from one of the bedrooms. The Council's parking standard, SPD, places a requirement of 2 off-road parking spaces for a HMO with 4 or more bedrooms. Given that the existing use of the property is as a 6-person, 6-bedroom HMO, this is unchanged, and therefore a refusal on parking grounds cannot be sustained. All other matters relating to amenity and waste storage have been outlined within the officer's report. So, having regards to the material considerations, representations and planning policy, it's concluded that the development is considered acceptable in the officer's view. Thank you.
Members' questions? Councillor Pitt.
Simon, could you go back to the frontage photo? When was that taken?
That is...
Sorry, Matt, I didn't mean, not Simon. Since you're doing the presentation.
Yeah, try that again.
Do you know roughly when that was taken?
I believe it's taken from Google Earth, to be honest. So, okay. So it's not from my own one. I was there, but I forgot to take a photo from it.
That's right, yeah, that was the nature of my question, because I'm not seeing a large black bin in the forecourt, which I would expect to see for an HMO, but if it's taken from Google Maps or something, that's probably why.
Yeah.
Other questions, members? Comments?
Why is it here? I'm sorry, I don't... This is not an area of big concentration of HMOs, and I don't see there is a ground for refusal. So I'm sorry, I'm going to propose officer recommendation.
Is there a second? A second of that? Thank you, Councillor Smythe. Does anybody else wish to speak? Go to the vote. Those in favour, please show. Those against, please show. Those abstaining, please show. 3-2, that has been granted planning permission. Thank you. We now move on to an area where there are a few more HMOs in the vicinity. 32 Montgomery Road, Southsea. Can I have Mr. Willoughby to the table, please? May I have the officer's report?
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks planning permission for the change of use from a Class C4 house in multiple occupation to a 7-bedroom, 7-person sui generis larger HMO. This is essentially a resubmission of a previously refused application from 2018. The previous reasons for refusal related to the impact upon the mix and balance of the community, the room sizes and layout, especially relating to the communal living area and a bedroom, and failure to provide SBA mitigation. The application has, to address the reasons for the refusal, the applicant has expanded further into the roof space to facilitate the change of the internal layout in an attempt to overcome the previous reason for refusal. The application relates to 32 Montgomery Road, a two-storey mid-terrace dwelling with rooms in the roof space, located on the northern side of Montgomery Road. The surrounding area is characterised by densely populated residential terraces. The dwelling is set back from the road by a front forecourt, and it features a rear garden at the rear. The dwelling, based on the information held by the City Council, of the 79 properties within a 50-metre radius of the site, 28 have been identified as being in use as HMOs. As the property is already in use as a HMO, the granting of the application would maintain the percentage of HMOs in the area at 35.4%, above the 10% threshold. This reflects a high degree of imbalance between residential properties and HMOs in the wider area. The previous application at the site was refused on this imbalance. However, the LPA has lost a number of appeals where the 10% threshold had already been passed. This is because the planning inspectors note that an additional bedroom does not change the overall balance in an area. This change must be considered in the context of the amenity impact upon the surrounding residents. The updated HMO SPD has been revised to reflect this view. As such, with respect to the 10% threshold, there is no new HMO use being introduced in the area, and therefore no harm towards the existing community balance. As such, the previous refusal on the impact on the balance and mix of the community cannot, in the officer's view, be employed again. The property would comprise of 2 bedrooms, a WC, and a combined kitchen and lounge at ground floor level, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a utility area at first floor level, and 3 bedrooms at roof level. The HMO SPD sets out size standards for larger HMOs, and once again, it's acknowledged that the communal space by itself is under the size standard. However, the SPD sets out where bedrooms are over 10 metres squared, the communal area can be reduced. In this case, all of the bedrooms except for one, which is undersized by 1 metre, are over the 10 metres squared. In addition, the property features an additional utility space at first floor level, which provides some additional usable space for the occupiers. Given this, it is considered that a reduced communal area is acceptable on balanced. Above you can see the previously submitted floor plans. The amended layout is considered to have improved in terms of the standard of accommodation, and is therefore considered to provide an adequate standard of accommodation for 7 persons sharing, and has overcome the previous reason for refusal. In the slide above, you can see some photos taken of the site taken back in January of last year, showing the combined living area, 1 bedroom and 1 of the bathrooms, the utility space, the upstairs front-facing bedroom, 1 additional bedroom and an existing vacant bedroom. The City Council's Parking Standards SPD places a requirement of 2 off-road spaces for a HMO with 4 or more bedrooms. Given the existing use of the property as a 6-person, 6-bedroom HMO, this is unchanged, and therefore a refusal on parking grounds could not be sustained. In regards to the specific amenity concerns around the proposal, they are addressed within the committee report, but as the work to implement a 6-bedroom HMO has already been carried out, it should be recognised that this application does not create a new HMO and would not in itself result in the neighbouring property being sandwiched between 2 HMOs. It is deemed unlikely that the proposal would be more significantly harmful to the amenity of the immediate neighbour than the existing situation. Therefore, having regards to the material considerations, representations and planning policy, it is concluded that the proposed development has overcome the previous reasons for refusal and is acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillors, for the opportunity to present on behalf of the 250 members of East St Thomas Residents Forum. I've been sitting quietly at the back, very interested in the debate around the HMO density of Wadham Road and Festing Road of around 6%. As the officer's report says, the application site, the density of HMOs around it is 35%. 50% of all properties in Montgomery Road are already HMOs.
As many of you will know, we're regularly here presenting at these meetings in an attempt to stop this relentless development of HMO bedrooms in our neighbourhood and the impact they have on the balance and sustainability of our community. Preparing deputations to this committee does take some considerable time, but it's been made much easier in recent months because the current crop of sui generis HMOs in East St Thomas are all essentially carbon copies of each other. This application for 32 Montgomery Road is essentially identical to the two sui generis applications in Playfair and Margate Road this committee reviewed and rejected last month. And whilst obviously judging it on its own merits, if somewhat similar, we would urge the committee to reject this application on exactly the same grounds. As with all these applications, it's never completely clear what's being proposed. In the materials online, only one set of floor plans was provided with no layout drawings, and that was already labelled as existing for a 7-bedroom HMO, and I've got some extracts here, if I can just pass these round. So to find out what the real existing plans were, you have to go back 2 months earlier to the application 18-01609, which showed a 6-bedroom property over 3 floors. And this had been expanded previously with a loft conversion in 2017 from an original 5-bedroom property. So how is this property being converted to get to the 7 bedrooms requested in the application? As always, removal of the lounge. It's surely ridiculous that commenting on every HMO application requires this kind of forensic investigation to work out what's going on. The culprit, permitted development rights on HMOs, cloaking the nature of the development and deliberately removing transparency from the planning process. So the key question, does the application provide a good quality of accommodation and improve rented housing in the city? At last month's meeting, this committee rejected those 2 applications as developers failed to meet the requirements of the space standards set out in SPD 20. This application also fails to meet these standards. It offers 25 metres against the required 34, 26% under, a shortfall of 9 square metres. And it's interesting, if you look at the drawings on there, it's certainly the one of the kitchen, you can see the width of that kitchen. It is a dishwasher and a 600 unit, so it's only barely more than a metre wide. You know, the irony here is that this shortfall has been caused by the applicant removing the lounge, not fully replacing it with space in the extension, favouring instead an additional bedroom to maximise profits. In addition, both shower rooms in the property fail to meet the required standard, each 20% short of the requirement. This is particularly odd given the adjacent first floor utility room. We therefore argue that this application unnecessarily delivers lower quality accommodation for occupants than the property offered before, and falling short of the council space requirements in a number of respects and should be rejected. So we just thought to pull out a few comments from last month's meeting because I think those are relevant. And Ian, who is no longer with us, in response to council, said, in adopting the new SPD, you have made a statement that you would like to see better provision and that we want to set a higher bar. And on a specific question on 11 Playfair, he said the shortfall in communal space against the requirements set out in the SPD was undeniably a negative implication for the scheme, and significant weight can be given to the guidance on space standards in SPD 20. Councillor Judith Smythe, her view on whether larger bedrooms mitigated shortfalls in communal space, said, if I lived there in that top room, I'm not going to go up there with my cornflakes, I'm really not. 3 bedrooms in this scheme are 2 floors away from the undersized kitchen. Councillor Steve Pitt said applications that fell short against space standards, that's a choice by the owner of the property. The same as it's our choice, referring to the committee, to refuse them the right to do that and insist that they comply with our policy. And finally, Gerald Vernon-Jackson, council leader, who proposed the rejection of those applications, said, if we allow this to go through, it would ride a coach and horses through our own SPD, adding, this is just the sort of development we should not have in Portsmouth and just the sort of development we should be resisting completely. So in closing, we continue to look to our elected councillors for help to curb this ongoing tsunami of HMO development in our neighbourhood, because the detrimental impact such high concentrations of HMO bedrooms have. Today, however, we just focus on what we believe are defendable grounds for rejection. But in summary, this application unnecessarily falls short of PCC's aspiration for shared housing in the city, and consistent with your decisions last month, we would urge you, the committee, to reject this on this over-intensive HMO development. Thank you.
Councillor Vernon Jackson, then Councillor Atkins.
So the proposal here is for a 7-bedroomed HMO with just 2 showers. We've had quite a few that come forward with lots of en-suites, which provide much better standards. Do we have a standard on how many showers you need for a 7-bedroomed house?
Yes, for a HMO with 6 to 10 people shown, so there's a requirement for 2 separate bathrooms and 2 separate WCs, and one of the WCs can be within one of the bathrooms. So this property with 2 shower rooms, both of them featuring WCs and a separate WC, does meet this required standard.
So could we have a photo back of the kitchen? I can never remember. No, do we have a photo of the interior of the kitchen looking like a kitchen? Okay, so it's a single, because quite a few of them we've seen have got double cookers, double ovens, double sinks, etc. But this is just like an ordinary domestic house.
Yes, it just has one cooker.
One of
and
everything.
One sink.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Matt. Could you put the plan back up of the changes that you had? So when is that a change from and to?
So what you can see on your left is the previous floor plans that were proposed when the application was refused last. What you can see on the right is essentially what they would come in as. These are the existing floor plans of the property.
Yeah.
And this would be the proposed floor plans of the property. So it's to give you some context of what was previously.
So what they've done is they've moved a bathroom downstairs from the top floor and added a bedroom to the top floor, haven't they?
Yes, they've expanded into the roof space and then essentially put a bedroom up there and re-jingled the
In bedroom
sizes.
2, a good chunk of the room is clearly marked as sorry, it's bedroom 3, the one in the second floor. A good chunk of the room is clearly marked as pitched roof. That's what that line indicates, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Do we have a picture of that? Do we know what that looks like, or how pitched that is? Is it possible to walk under it?
Well, the 9 metres is only taken from any floor area that's 1.5 metres above ceiling height. So it is 9 metres up until the dotted line. There is additional space under the eaves, which can be used for storage, I believe, in this application. And
that's not included in the 9, okay. I'd one final question again about changes in reports from last year. The required standard of 6.51 metres squared, in previous reports has that sometimes been a 7-metre figure as the size of bedroom required changed, and then also there's another size, isn't that we sometimes see for double bedrooms. So can I just confirm what that where that required standard comes from, and is it different to ones we've looked at in the past?
Yes, so the 7.51 references the previous HMO SPD from 2018. We introduced the new SPD in October 2019, which changed the room sizes. It reduced the minimum size standards of a single room, but then it also increased the minimum communal area. It also put a footnote in to reference how you can, if the bedrooms are larger, you can reduce the size of the communal space. But yes, it's mainly because of the introduction of new,
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Did I just hear it right, that the dotted line in bedroom 2, the division between usable and unusable space is that space below 1.5 metres is unusable, but the 9 metres included space that was just above 1.5 metres. Is that right?
Well, it's not technically. So anything from this dotted line out is above 1.5 metres in height.
So 1.5 metres is 4.5 foot, so you have to walk like this.
Well, it's a slanting eaves, so the pitch of the roof does go up to full head height. It's just to mark out where an area is specifically low. But that's taken from private sector housing's guidance, and it was in the previous HMO.
Okay, well, I think that's something we clearly need to look at, because something where you have to crouch down to be able to use it is clearly not usable space. But okay, that's very helpful, but clearly completely wrong.
To be very clear, so at that bedroom 3 in the top right-hand corner there, 9 square metres is south below the dotted line. So there's 9 square metres of 1.5 metres or taller head height. 1.5 metres is about 5 foot plus, or just underneath 5 foot, I think, sort of height. Obviously, as the roof rises up, so as you go deeper into the room, you'll clear a higher height. And then you've got the extra space, which is probably about 4 square metres, 4.5 square metres, for storage beneath that height.
But do we have a ruling that says only Oompa-Loompas can use that room?
No, I mean the 1.5 is, I think, a well-recognised standard to account for either one way or the other in terms of usable space.
Councillor Atkins.
Can I just confirm we don't have a picture of that room, but we're not sure if any of the pictures of that room is that the position? Can we come?
So I don't believe I have a picture of that room. I'm on the slideshow, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Other point, does that bedroom have a window?
From my site visit, I do remember I would have taken a note if it did not have a window, but I believe it would be served by 2 roof lights. But obviously it's not marked out on the plan specifically. But that's
when you say roof light, do you mean sort of small windows, or are we talking like circular sort of light wells? Are we talking something that would look like a window to a normal person, or are we talking something that would look like a light well?
Like a square.
Could we look at the front view of the property? Stop. Now, which one is it, on the left or the right?
This is an old photo again.
Yes. Yeah, this is one. Yeah.
That there is a window.
If it assists, were the application to be approved, we could condition that there is 1 or 2 roof lights put in that bedroom to make it crystal clear.
Councillor Atkins.
And roof lights in our policies are considered sufficient, are they, for a bedroom? I'm a bit surprised by that, but I expect they are.
I think so generally. It's not as nice as having a vertical window to look out of, but you can, it all depends on head height as well and so on, but you can open them, get your ventilation and get a view depending on exactly its height and position and so on.
Councillor Pitt.
Okay, we've looked at other SUIs today, and the other one, whilst we have to take every application on its merits, I did try and run this through last time. If we accept that the combined living space can be less than the 34 metres squared that we asked for, on the basis that 1 or more of the bedrooms is in excess of 10 metres squared, how do we work out how much less living space we can accept based on how much more than 10 metres squared the bedrooms are? Or is that an arbitrary decision? Because the difference between the bedroom sizes above 10 metres is 14 metres square, because it's 15 metres more, but you've got to take 1 metre off for the one that's under 10 metres. So that's 14 metres square of more bedroom space above this 10 metre line in the sand that we're told to look at. However, we're taking away, or allowing to be taken away, 9 metres squared of combined living space. And I'm afraid I don't share the view that a utility room is in any way communal space. I have no desire, nor would anyone else, to spend 1 minute longer than was absolutely necessary looking at a washing machine. I don't regard that as a quality addition to my life. That may be because I'm a bloke and I hate doing the washing, but it's certainly not somewhere where I would spend fun time. So on that basis, if the difference is that we are 14 metres more than 10 metres per squared metres on average across all these bedrooms, and we're losing 9, is that acceptable? You've deemed that it is. But I still want to know what's unacceptable, because this has created some confusion. In the others that we've looked at today, there was a lot more space in the bedrooms. Some of them were 18 metres squared, 15 metres squared, 14 metres squared, big rooms. Clearly, when you're losing 7 or 8 metres squared off of communal space, we're not daft. We can make a judgment that there's more space in this room than is required for just a bed. You could get a 2-seater sofa in here, you could watch television. I get that. But these rooms are 11, 12, 11, 9, 11, they're only just a bit more. We've got 2 what would be capable of double occupancy rooms, bedroom 5 and bedroom 1, but all of the others are right on the margins of of that 10 metre. So can you give me any more clarity about where that balance is to be acceptable, or is it just as soon as they hit 10 you can say, that's it, take the living space away, it doesn't matter?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so on page 112, small letters, the penultimate paragraph there tries to set that out. So the licensing document that we refer across to, where the bedrooms achieve 10 square metres or larger, the communal living area expectations can be lowered to 22.5. So that doesn't say each bedroom, but you assume it to mean each bedroom. In this instance, we have one bedroom that isn't 10 square metres, so we can all take a view on whether or not what we want to apply to that. Obviously, I point out, in fairness to the application, so there's bedroom 2 and the second floor is 9 square metres. Others are 11, 12, 15 square metres. So while one dips below the 10 square metres, others are well in the exceedance of it. And then with respect to the 22.5 square metres, so the living space provided on the ground floor would be 25, so it would, on face value, meet that. Yes, Councillor Pitt, the utility room isn't a fun place to be, probably, but that space is something that would otherwise be in the kitchen, presumably, where you'd have washing machines and so on, either in a bigger kitchen or taking up some of that kitchen. So I think it's reasonable to point out at least and say there's 25 square metres proposed communal space and a utility space which isn't for fun but it's for function as part of a communal facility. There you are.
With your indulgence, Chair, I understand that, Simon, but it seems to me very arbitrary that you can go from 34 metres squared down to 22.5 metres squared when the language just says where bedrooms achieve a size. And if that is the language from the standards for houses in multiple occupation, I'd say it's just too vague. We need to be able to do a specific formula that gives us an answer, because we're expected to make a judgment based on your report, and as you know, it's just, to some extent it is subjective. It's not good enough that we're just trying to find a balance here, that we don't know at what point we'll be able to uphold something. Now, 22.5 metres, that's only 2.5 metres squared more than that drop figure that's being provided. So when I then look at one of the bedrooms being under that 10 metre size, that creates a whole lot of uncertainty there about how to make that decision. And obviously officers have taken a view. I'm probably going to take a different view. The other thing I would question is, and we're seeing this regularly in reports, and it's brilliant to see some standardisation, but where the totals are on the living space added up, we've got 121 metres squared and 87.05 metres squared. Would you accept that when you're adding in things on the left-hand side that are not defined, we are maybe artificially inflating the positive and not properly defining the negative. It skews it in that direction. We've gained a WC as an extra metre squared, but we've got two specific things there that are just not being included at all. So it's skewing it and making a lot of those 30-odd metres of square metres of additional living space that may or may not exist. So my question back to the officers would be, is there any way that we can get some proper clarity on what we should be approving and not, rather than doing it on a case-by-case, what seems to be a fairly arbitrary basis?
I take your point on the not defined issue. So we've got two rooms where we've put not defined for the ground floor WC, that's 1 square metre, and then the utility room. But I think in this instance, the utility room is a function, a communal function, if you like, and it's reasonable to add it up. But okay, if you wanted to take out the 6 square metres, that would take it to 115 square metres as total, if you wanted to be exactly like for like, against 87. So in either event, officers would still be happy that in the round, the total amount proposed is beyond what our guidelines suggest as a minimum. And then on clarity of decision making, consistency of decision making. On the one hand, we have guideline standards, which provides a helpful starting point, but then I'm not going to surprise you by saying thereafter it's always a matter of judgment on each and every application. We've looked at the width of the kitchen, we've looked at the height of a ceiling in a bedroom and so on. These are all the factors that we'll take into account. So that's the more nuanced judgment that members will have to reach. But in the round, obviously, officers are, in the main, it meets what our guidelines set out for, meets or exceeds the balance between size of bedrooms and the communal space.
If I might help here, the Standards for Houses and Multiple Occupation document, September 2018, gives two sets of standard. If with the minimum requirement of 6.51 metres squared bedrooms, then the requirement for open plan combined living and dining is 34 metres squared. If the minimum, and I stress minimum requirements, are based on 10 metres squared size bedrooms, then the required size for open plan combined living rooms is 22.5 metres. However, there needs to be no gradation anywhere between the two, and we have here a case where we have to consider it, I think, on the 6.5 metres, because one of the bedrooms, even generous at 1.5 metres, is 9 metres squared, and therefore we would normally expect 34 metres. The question is whether this, since there is just this one room, which is the 7th bedroom, of course, is below the minimum standard for requiring the 22.5 metres squared, whether this is acceptable. And it really, I think, hinges very much on the judgment which we make about that second floor bedroom. Councillor Smythe, then Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. To follow up your analysis, with which I think it's very useful, I think the other thing we need to take into account is that there are, in addition to the 9 metre squared bedroom, there are 4 bedrooms that are extremely small, 11 and 12 square metres, whereas the application we had today had a lot of much bigger rooms, and they had en suites. But the second thing is that kitchen is extremely narrow. Were it a big square space, it would be quite livable in, and it might be even possible that these 5 people are in what I think are excessively small bedrooms, could come down and read books and perhaps even watch television, perhaps even do some study if there were students. Won't fit in there doing that because it's such a very long, thin space, and it doesn't have the kind of doubled up sink and other, particularly sink and cooker arrangements that we've seen in some of the other things. The issue for us really, though, is also if we did. I think this is a very small and inadequate accommodation, and the judgment we must take into account surely the size of these other bedrooms and the narrow nature of the kitchen. Is that right or not?
That's a judgment for members. Yes, I mean most of these rear wings, unless they get significantly wider, are on the long and thin side. We've seen some photographs, some other ones, and this one. I think in the kitchen, it gives you a decent sized kitchen. You can walk across to get from one side to the other. And then it's a question of how you arrange the lounge end of it, walking through it to get to the kitchen is part of it. And where you might or might not have a sofa, where you may or may not have a TV, etc., etc. So that's why we go around in circles and going back to what the bedrooms are like. Some of them, most of them, are well over the standard, 6.51, but a long way over that for single occupancy. We've just got the one which is just dipping below the 10 when we've got a lower communal space. So it's all about judgment, and you'll have to make your own judgment on that. But officers are happy that it provides adequate amenity space for the occupiers.
Two people of fairly adequate size couldn't pass easily in that kitchen, particularly if they were, relatively strangers to each other.
Or former Lord Mayor.
I think from far as I'm concerned, the utility room is the best feature of this house. The rest of it is pretty spooky and small.
Vernon Jackson.
Two quick things. Simon, can we move to the picture with one picture, I think, of a bedroom? Stop. Oh, there. Now that's not a single bed. It isn't a single bed. And 6.51 is that space for a single bedroom? What's the space for a double bedroom in an HMO?
11 square metres.
Okay, going through, are there any other pictures of bedrooms? Stop, that's another double bed. So we need to assume that all of them have, all of these, unless otherwise shown, because all the evidence we've got is each of these are double rooms. So each of these need to be 11 square metres. Sorry? There is a double bed that defines it as a double room.
Double occupancy, not double bed.
So that's clearly what it's defined as the use for by the furniture that's in the room. The other change, and thank you very much, Martin, for your plan, is if you compare on Martin's plan the top floor where the roof comes down was one bedroom. It's now been converted into bedrooms 2 and 3, so that you get the substandard rooms. So that one at the bottom. Sorry, Steve.
No, it's all right.
It just seems this is really pushing it, isn't it? Okay. And that, by then putting the extra bathroom in on the middle floor, the bedroom at the back, which was defined as bedroom 5, has now got even too small for a bed at all, which is why they've tried to think of another use for it.
A question from the Chair. Our standards for houses in multiple occupation state that all rooms should have a minimum floor-to-ceiling height of 2.3 metres over 75% of the room, and any areas under a ceiling height of 1.5 metres is unusable space. Does that front room which is pointed out as bedroom 3, have a minimum floor-to-ceiling height of 2.3 metres over 75% of the room?
No. Bedroom 2, actually.
Thank
you, Chairman. So that, I think, is a licensing document, is it?
Yes, that's a licensing document.
Okay. So I don't think we have such a standard, although we have endeavoured to align more with the HMO standards for ease of reference and consistency and clarity for everyone. I don't believe we've carried that one across. So in the event of a planning consent, it will be the applicant's necessity to gain an HMO licence for that. If they cannot do that, they won't have their HMO licence. They may have a planning consent, but they will also need an HMO licence. But that is for that regime, not the planning regime, I would say. With respect to the double bedrooms and so on, or double beds, Councillor, whether the landlord provides them or whether they're provided by the occupants separately, I imagine that's by the landlords, but that's a choice. The question is for seven-person, 7-bed HMO, which will be defined, if it gains planning consent, that will be conditions that we've got in front of you, and that will be in the licence as well. As it happens, since it's 11 square metres required, 3 of the bedrooms have that, 3 of them have more than that, and 1 is less than that. But it is applied for as a 7-person HMO, so it's single occupancy. You may or may not have a double bed, that's up to you.
Councillor Pitt.
Clarification then. Are you saying, Simon, that if this gets planning permission, that in order to be licensed, bedroom 2 would not get permission to be used as a bedroom?
On the face of it, I hesitate to be more committal than that because I'm not an expert on the licensing regime. But Councillor, the Chairman has brought that to our attention. So if that is the case, that may be the outcome.
So on that basis, can I ask, how quickly and what is the mechanism for us to make sure that we are aligned with that policy? Because I know from casework in my ward that there are substandard spaces being created that we turn down, that our decision is upheld at appeal, and those spaces are because they now exist, are subsequently being used when they shouldn't be, and we're having to waste time with the enforcement team running around on more than one occasion to make sure that they're not being used when they shouldn't be. And that's why we're looking at doing some work around proceeds of crime, because this is flouting planning regulations and flouting private sector housing regulations, and it's got to stop. So, I mean, we need to get these 2 policies aligned straight away, is the first thing we've got to do. And as soon as we move to comments, are we on comments or questions? No, so no questions, I'll shut up then.
If I might, I want to get some advice on this.
Thank you. And this is always the danger with 2 different regimes, and I take your point, Councillor, about wishing to align them further, and we'll certainly take that away and look at that, whatever the decision today. All I would say is today, we need to try and avoid getting too much sucked into a regime that we're not in charge of here and now today. The consultation for private sector housing in the report says that they have no comments on that. They normally draw attention to something if it fails to meet licensing requirements. So that's why I was hesitating to say yes or no, it wouldn't. I don't know for sure. We've had something from Councillor Mason. But what we need to do is make a judgment on our own regulations and guidance, and they're more silent on the issue of ceiling height, which is just one bedroom in the property.
Councillor Atkins.
But is it not correct that our own regulations and guidance don't contain this permission to drop to 22 metres, which is something that we're saying that's likely to apply as a result of what happens when it goes to appeal of the planning inspector? Because all the references to the right to drop to 22 metres are being cited to the standards for housing multiple occupation guidance document, which is not part of our regime, is it?
Thank you. We specifically referred across to that element of it in our SPD.
Oh, we did.
We did, just to that element, not every other element of the licensing regime necessarily. So I think we just need to stick with that element.
Just as a brief follow-up, we are still, though, entitled as part of our SPD to decide if we think the rooms, as the plan suggests, are adequate for sort of living in as part of our planning requirements.
Absolutely. The size guidelines are guidelines, and looking at the merits of this particular application, members will make their own minds up on the adequacy of the living accommodation in front of them.
Comments, members. Councillor Pitt.
Torn between a deferral and a refusal, because I think there's more work that needs to happen around some clarity on this, but I'm going to move a refusal on the basis that I do not believe that the over-provision of bedroom space mitigates the shortfall of combined living space in this instance.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Completely concur.
Councillor Atkins.
I would concur, and I particularly want to say that I'm not happy with what was turned down. There's been simply a rejigging by bringing one of the bathrooms that was in the top floor down to the second floor and shoving the bedroom that was on the second floor up to the top floor. I mean, and that's not a relevant planning consideration, but I actually think it's resulted in a worse outcome than the previous plan, particularly in reference to bedroom 2 on the top floor, this 9-metre room with the slope. I don't know whether or not it's worth making particular reference to bedroom 2 as being inadequate for as a living space in our refusal or not. Perhaps the planning officer could, but I consider that bedroom inadequate as a living space because of its size, its pitched roof, and its potential lack of provision of light. The reasoning would be that so when there. Sorry, it is bedroom 3 on our official plan. It's bedroom 2 on the plans we've been provided by the deputy. That's what's causing the confusion. So it's bedroom 3 on the official plans. In particular, what I'd be saying is I don't believe that the extra provision in bedrooms is sufficient to mitigate the communal living space, particularly when, with reference to bedroom 3 on the top floor, that room is questionable in terms of its livability at all.
Sir Vernon-Jackson.
I think that top bedroom at the front on the second floor, whether you define it as 2, 3, 7 or 84, whichever is the real problem, because they've been greedy by subdividing what was 1 bedroom and making it into 2 to make something that's substandard. I think we really do need to know what proportion of rooms have got ceilings where you can stand up, because not being able to stand up in a room, under our thing, you could have a bedroom, all of which is 5 foot, and we'd say it's okay to live in it, and now that cannot possibly be right. But because anything above 5 foot is defined by us as usable space. Now that's completely mad. You cannot have a room where you have to crouch in all of it and yet say it's all right. So that's clearly wrong and needs to be sorted. But this is a shoddy application and we need to sort. But please, could we know, when you've got rooms like that, what proportion of the room is at the 2.3 metre level, which, as you referred to, Chair, that is really livable, not the 1.5 metre?
I think that we should deal with this separately, but I think we may make a recommendation, and I will come to this immediately after, that we should make a recommendation that in terms of height, the SPD should be brought in line with the space requirements in the standards for houses in multiple occupation. Now, I will propose that from the chair afterwards, and we will see where we get to. But at the moment, we're dealing with this particular planning application. Councillor Pitt.
I think just on the reasons for refusal, and Matt's teased it out really well, I think whilst the current situation we have says that height above 1.5 is defined as usable space, it is perfectly reasonable to say that we do not believe, and I think pretty much definitely, if you take that at the 2.3 metre height just as a general, acceptable height for a room, regardless of whether we've got an SPD that says so or not, there's obviously a general accepted height for the room. I don't reckon if you go to 2.3 metres that you're going to get to 6.91, and therefore it wouldn't be a usable bedroom on that basis. So I think you guys could measure that out afterwards, but if the 2.3 metre height of the room is below 6.91, it's not a bedroom, and therefore we've got a very solid reason for refusal.
Right. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, then I would like to come to a clear decision on this.
Just in terms, it feels as if we're going to go to a refusal on this. It just seems to me that if we're having to justify that to an inspector, we've had other applications for HMOs of this size in this meeting, which we've accepted because they've been substantially better quality and bigger rooms and with en-suites. So what we're not doing is a blanket thing. What we're doing is we're looking at the quality of life of people in each individual property, and in some cases we've said that's all right, that's going to be okay. But I think in this case we're going to say no, this isn't all right and this isn't okay, but that should stand us in good stead with an inspector because we've looked at them and come to different conclusions according to different levels of evidence.
Right. We have therefore the proposition that the application be rejected on the grounds of the inadequacy of size of some of the rooms, and that it does not meet the minimum standards which we have set out in the SPD, in that we have one room which is below size. That, I think, is defensible.
And the communal space?
And the communal space. And inadequate communal space, all right.
And two of the bathrooms as well as
No, keep it as clear and as simple as possible if we're going to reject.
4 of the rooms are below the space standards as required.
No, they're not.
Two bathrooms, the 1 bedroom and one communal.
WC size is not defined.
No, bathrooms are.
Bathrooms.
If you look on page, going back to page 112, and the bathrooms are meant to be 3.74, they're 3 metres. In percentage terms, that's a substantial below.
Okay, fine. That has been noted. Therefore, can I take a vote on this? Those who are in favour of rejection, please show. That is unanimous in favour of rejection. Can I then propose, and I don't need a second of vote from the chair, that we recommend to the planning section that the heights, the standards for rooms in the SPD are brought in line with the minimum standards set out in the Standards of Houses in Multiple Occupation September 2018 licensing document. I propose that.
With respect to height.
With respect to height.
And everything else.
Well, okay. It's really only height which.
Okay, fine.
Let's do it. Let's take it simply. Okay, those in favour of that? Yep, okay, that is unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. Willoughby. We now come to the final planning application, which is 21 Clarendon Road, Southsea, which you may recall last time we did not determine on the grounds of a particular window. Can I have I know I've got a deputation on this, but I can't find who's doing it. Oh, right. Yes, Mr. Froggatt. Thank you for sitting through a rather long meeting, Mr. Froggatt. That could mean quite a lot of things. May I have the officer's report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. This application relates to a 4-storey semi-detached property situated on the north side of Clarendon Road and within the Owen-Southsea Conservation Area. The dwelling is set back from the road with a garden and shared driveway leading to the rear of the property. To the rear of the dwelling is an enclosed garden, and boundary treatment consists of a brick wall and closed board fencing. The surrounding area is mixed and with a combination of commercial and residential uses directly to the east and west of the site. Permission is sought for a 2-storey extension to the rear of the property to project off the existing rear projection. As already mentioned, this scheme was brought to the January Planning Committee. Following the committee's concerns regarding the design of the window to the rear elevation, the application was deferred to allow the applicant the opportunity to submit an amended scheme. For the benefit of any members who weren't present at the previous meeting, I've included a couple of slides to show the proposed floor plans and elevations. The extension would have a depth of 4.2 metres, which would increase the total depth of the rear projection to 8 metres and would have a maximum height of 6.2 metres. Proposed building materials would include render, facing brickwork, brick detailing, coining to match the existing building. As the application was deferred due to concerns relating to the window, I'll go straight to the amendments. This slide shows the existing and then the previously proposed rear extension shown at the January committee. The concerns were raised regarding the scale of the design of the window, and it was considered to fail to preserve or enhance the Owen-Southsea Conservation Area. The window to the rear has now been replaced with a traditional style 4-pane sliding sash UPVC window to match the existing windows. The window would include decorative detailing to reflect the design of the existing windows in the building. There are a range of window styles within 21 Clarendon Road, neighbouring properties including examples of UPVC fenestration. It is therefore considered that the proposed window would be in keeping with the existing dwelling, but would preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area. We discussed issues of separation, distance, overshadowing and privacy at the previous meeting. However, to quickly recap, it was established during the course of the application that the main windows belonging to 19 Clarendon Road, which would be affected, are high-level windows shown in the top left photograph above. However, the room which would be affected is a living room which is served by another window, which would not be affected by this proposal. There is already a degree of mutual overlooking between 19 and 21 Clarendon Road. However, to ensure the proposed extension would not result in significantly greater level of overlooking, a condition is proposed requiring a new window to the west elevation to be obscure glazed up to 1.7 metres from the finished floor level. To the east of the site is 23 Clarendon Road, which is occupied by a ground floor flat with a dental practice above. The proposed extension would have greater impact on the area of land situated behind Clarendon Road in terms of overshadowing, shown in that top right photograph. However, this area is a parking area and therefore can be afforded less protection. With regards to the neighbouring properties to the north of the site, there would be a minimum separation distance of 20 metres between the rear elevation of the proposed extension and the rear elevation of the neighbouring properties along Stanley Street. It is considered to be an adequate separation distance so as not to result in an actual perceived loss of privacy or overshadowing. So following amendments to the scheme, having regard to all material considerations, raised representations and planning policy, is considered that the development is acceptable and capable of support subject to conditions. Thank you.
Mr. Froggatt, you have 6 minutes to make your deputation.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, everybody, or good evening. I live in Stanley Street at number 36, directly opposite the rear of 21 Clarendon Road. I am objecting again to the proposed extension. This matter came before the committee in January, and after discussion, this amended proposal was requested partly to remove the excessive window area on the north elevation. My objection today concerns, firstly, the length of the proposed extension, secondly, its incongruity within the area, and thirdly, its future use, as it looks suspiciously like two self-contained two-storey residences. First, its length. The existing 4-metre extension is to be doubled, making a total of 8 metres. The redesigned window on the north elevation, though an improvement on the original proposal, still looks directly into my sitting room, on the same level. That's quite important. It is on the same level, and 4 metres closer, reducing the amenity of my property and being a significant intrusion into my privacy. Secondly, the proposed extension would not preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the Owens South Sea Conservation Area. The main house is a semi-detached Victorian villa, a large one, and this extension would be wholly inconsistent with the similar neighbouring properties at 23 to 35 Clarendon Road. This would be clearly against the aims of the conservation area, and on this matter I disagree with the planning officer's report. Thirdly, I believe these plans to be spurious. The west elevation shows two side-by-side symmetrical patterns of doors and windows. For instance, why have two separate side-by-side outside doors? This certainly suggests possible future conversion into two self-contained residences. Is this acceptable? To sum up, therefore, the impact and footprint of this two-storey extension is excessive and intrusive, and even with the improved window design, in reality would still loom intrusively into my property. It would be totally incongruous with the Owens South Sea Conservation Area, and the design implies a future conversion into two self-contained apartments. So I would respectfully ask the committee to think seriously about this proposal and consider rejecting it completely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foggett. Questions, please. Councillor Vernon Jackson, then Councillor Atkins.
Could we have a look at the floor plans for the extension? Now, my eyesight isn't so. So it's the bit at the top on each bit, is it? So walk me through. So walk me through each floor and what happens on each floor. So not the existing building, but the extension.
Yeah. So the lower ground floor level would be the utility area, and on the ground floor there would be a kitchen area, and above that these void space as well.
Okay, so it's one room downstairs, one room on the first floor, and then a space to give it some height. Why on earth they need two front doors is beyond me. Okay, that was my first. My second question is, I opposed this and proposed rejection last time, but I got beaten. Can we deferred it on the issue of the window. Can we now go back and expand to things other than the design of that window, or are we limited to that in our view and how we make decisions?
Mr. Turner?
I think I'll defer to
You've deferred it once already on the narrow issue of the window. The application before you is the application that needs to be decided. That's the end of the matter. You need to dispose of this item today to be reasonable. Yeah.
That's not my question at all. Last time I objected to it because I thought it was wrong in principle. Right. We deferred it on one issue and one issue only. Does that mean that the other issues are deemed to have been okay, or can we widen it out and can I go back to objecting to the whole thing?
Yeah, I understand your question. I wasn't here for the original application, so that would have helped. All of the considerations need to be weighed to make the proper decision. So everything's on the table today, but you have to bear in mind that obviously you've deferred it on one particular issue, and you have an answer that needs to be weighed into that decision-making process, along with everything you considered last time.
I suggest we wait until the bells have gone. It's at 6, yes. And remember, we've still got another meeting after this.
There may not be quorum.
If you can hear me, it's Councillor Atkins, then Councillor Smythe.
So my question, the window that faces towards the house, sorry, I forget your address. 36 Stanley Street. This faces towards 36 Stanley Street. That's not required to be misted. It's the one on the west that's required to be of obscured glass. Okay. Also, the staircase shown in the plan, does that mean that the extension has a staircase between its two floors, or is that, yes, so there's a staircase for some reason between the two floors in that extension?
Yeah, the staircase leading from the kitchen down to utility area.
And that's what the window is off? Yeah.
The window serving the kitchen, and the west elevation window serving the kitchen as well, and utility.
Councillor Smythe.
Look, can we go back to the floor plans, please? This doesn't look, to me, does this look to anybody else in here that like two units out of that very small extension? It looks to me more like the potential for three slightly separate forms of living, maybe a large family sharing but wanting to have the equivalent of a granny annex within or whatever, in which case those two doors into the new extension would be justified, because the first door into the garden is only a means of climbing up into the next floor, isn't it? Nevertheless, I do think we went through these plans before, and just to follow up with to Gerald's question, presumably the fact that we just deferred on the grounds of the window last time really does give the implication that we were happy with everything else.
I certainly feel uncomfortable with trying to revisit things that 4 out of 5 members discussed last time. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
But otherwise, we did discuss the privacy and relationship distances. We did discuss the overall design apart from the window. We've come back with the window. And we did confirm last time that it's not an application for 2 or 3 flats. It is an application for an extension to a dwelling house, and we cannot treat it in any other way. It would be ultra vires to do so. So we've amended the window as per the committee's request, and so we would recommend it for approval.
Councillor Atkins.
I'm really just satisfying my curiosity at this point. But you're calling it lower ground floor, the far left plan. They've not created a doorway between the utility room and the rest of the house, have they? Is that the reason for the second front door? Because it doesn't look like on that level there's any way between the two rooms. It looks like a solid wall.
we can go around the houses trying to guess why they've designed it like they have.
It's as strange as design, but I don't think it could ever be said as two separate.
Who knows?
They're too small.
Looks like the original kitchen in a rear wing. They may like the layout of that kitchen and not wish to punch a hole through it. What's wrong with a couple of back doors, etc., etc.?
Question: Were the occupants minded to divide this into a main house and a subsidiary house? Or would they have to come back for planning permission to do so?
Yes.
Councillor Pitt.
Yes, just, Hannah, could you just clarify for me? You did say that the window in the rear of the newly proposed extension had to have obscured glazing or not?
The window to the west elevation, so this one would need to be obscure glazed. This one wouldn't.
Have you got the ability to put any condition on that being obscured up to a certain height?
That condition. That's the one, isn't it? Sorry, you're asking about the rear window?
Yeah.
Members consider, officers consider it a sufficient distance away from the neighbouring properties, as per discussed last time, not to require that. It is probably the main window to that kitchen, effectively, because of the ones facing west face across a rear yard and across to the neighbouring property. So it is the main window, and I think it would be unreasonable and unnecessary to obscure glaze it. Obviously, the neighbours think differently, but in view of the distance separation that is still achieved, which is a reasonable distance, we wouldn't recommend having it obscurely glazed or frosted.
Even though there's 4 roof lights in it and a side window as well, I mean, it's going to flood with light. The only reason for not having it obscured is for outlook, and the outlook is directly into this gentleman's property. So they're getting, it's not like, if the roof lights weren't there, I think I could understand that argument, but with 4 roof lights, and it's not going to reduce the amount of light that window lets in, and there's still a side window as well, two more side windows as well. It's got more light than my house in its entirety. So do you, even though I've said that, you still hold that view, Simon?
That's a fair point, Councillor, in terms of light. I think in terms of aspect and view, looking down a garden rather than across a yard, I think it's reasonable to expect that view down your property. So it's the judgment here, how close is it to the neighbouring gardens and windows. There are differences of opinion on that between the objectors and officers, really, but I think in this instance it is just enough, far enough away. It is a balance, hence we do feel it's okay as it is without frosting it. We wouldn't recommend that.
Councillor Atkins.
Do you know what the distances are?
Yes, 20 metres from the rear elevation of the extension to the closest neighbouring property along Stanley Street.
There are no more questions. Can I go to comments, please? Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
I will repeat my proposal from last time that we should say no. If this was in most parts of the city, this would be fine. But it's not in most parts of the city. This is in a conservation area, and anything we do is meant to enhance that conservation area and the historic nature of it. If this was somewhere else, this would probably be fine. But it's not. It's in our own conservation area, and what they've produced is, in my view, not up to the quality of enhancing. Just one basic, we're doing UVPC windows in a conservation area. We're meant to be enhancing what is there, and this clearly doesn't. So I would throw it out on the basis that it breaks our conservation area stuff before anything else. If we're not going to check it out, then that northward-facing window, I think Steve is right, should be obscured. But the basic principle is we're meant to make sure that conservation areas are enhanced by any development that goes on in them, and that's a significantly higher standard than we have to face anywhere else in the city. And looking at that, this does not enhance. It isn't good. Therefore, we should say no.
I have been advised that conservation grade UPVC windows are acceptable in conservation areas.
But Kieran, that's not what it says here. If that said conservation grade, maybe I would. But it doesn't say that. And therefore then this is cheap and nasty.
We could condition it, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
I'm speaking from experience of enforcement cases that I've sat down with a conservation area officer, and yeah, there are products on the market. They're not necessarily cheap, but an inspector who specialises in conservation areas is likely to say that there are products out there that can achieve that. So if that's where you're going, you'd certainly want more detail.
It is an example, it is not the main thing, and I keep with my view that we should throw it out.
I think it would assist to have a condition that the finer details of that window are submitted to officers, so that we do get one of the better quality UPVC windows, and they are good quality. I have seen them. They can be sash effective, like sash windows if they were wood, but they're UPVC. They work in the same way, and they have fine divides and so on. And this is at the back of the property. So I think by condition is the way to go in order to make sure that every last detail of that window is appropriate.
Other comments, members? Councillor Atkins.
You haven't sort of seconded yet for Councillor Vernon
No,
Jackson.
I haven't, but...
I was going to propose the officer's recommendation. I recognise Mr. Froggett's concerns, and I'm sorry that this may increase overlooking as well. I think the difficulty is the distance away is generally beyond what we can take into account for overlooking, particularly given that the other windows in the property, particularly on the floor above, would have a similar view into your living room at present. I mean, it would be 8 metres further away, but I'm not sure if I was minded to spy into your living room from the property opposite, it would already be possible. So hopefully that's not something your neighbours are doing. The principle here to me is I think that the design is within keeping with the South Sea area. I don't personally see an issue with it. I think the design is very strange, and there is some possibility, I suppose, that there is a precursor to dividing it into flats on different levels, but we can't actually consider that, unfortunately, in our planning considerations here. So for me, I think this is simply a case where we wouldn't be able to sustain a refusal. So as unusual as the design is, I propose the officer's recommendation.
Right. Can I let's see whether there are seconders. Is there a seconder for Councillor Vernon Jackson? Councillor Pitt. Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Atkins? Right. I suggest that we move to the vote. We take it in the order. We have a proposition for rejection proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Pitt. Those in favour, please show. Those against, please show. So that is lost. We have a proposal from Councillor Atkins, seconded by Councillor Smythe, for acceptance with the conditions on the quality of the window, that it should be that it must be conservation grade UPVC.
Why would we object to having wood?
Or wood. Okay, conservation grade PVC or wood. Okay, those in favour of that proposition, please show. That is 3. Those against, please show. The proposition is carried. Mr. Mark Richards has his planning application. Thank you very much for your deputation, and actually for your second deputation on this matter. Thank you. Members. Members. That concludes the meeting of the Planning Committee. There is another meeting of the Planning Committee immediately following, concerned with the city plan. Given the pressures on that, I believe it would be sensible for members to remain and hear the work being done on the city plan. Councillor Pitt?
Okay, well, it doesn't matter what I'll say. I concur, Chair.